just setting some things up here. All right. Okay. So, welcome. Today I think I'm gonna add a new device thing. So I made a kind of wheel thing that you can take over, or the idea is that you sort of enter a control mode where you control something else. So that is what I want to test and add now. So let's create an entity for that. I guess we could call it steering wheel, maybe. Because it kind of looks, I mean, you're gonna steer something. All right, and devices. Yeah, so the idea is that it would basically be like, for the puzzles, you would sort of go and take control of this, or you press activate on this, and your character goes into like controlling mode, and so you're basically going and controlling something else, which I'm just gonna say, well, it could be different depending on what type of thing you're gonna do, but for this one I think it's just like a left or right thing, or maybe up and down. We'll see what we can do, or yeah, what we'll figure out. All right, let's make just a little animation here. Let's see, textures, devices. Okay, so this will be idle. It's gonna be this, and I guess we could have directions like left. Well, I mean, it's gonna alternate between these two frames. It's not really, there's not much happening, I guess. It doesn't really look like anything is happening, to be honest. I was trying to draw it in such a way that there's only 2 frames, but I guess it makes, yeah, I think maybe it's better if we just have 4 spokes or whatever these are called. Now it just looks like it's flashing. Because if you have 4 spokes, then you can draw these diagonals in. I mean, maybe we can try and increase the duration a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine for now. I'm not gonna fix that right now. I'm gonna fix that later. And also maybe the animation. This is just, it doesn't really have a way to. We don't really have a way to tell which way it's going. So I'm just gonna say active. All right. Okay. So that's that. Now let's go to our scene. I'm thinking maybe it's gonna be in here. Perhaps. This is sort of like a puzzle room or something. Or maybe this will just be, you grab this, you go up there, you fight a large enemy, and then you're done. You go back out. And then there's like a puzzle maybe before the boss or something, I don't know. Or maybe the puzzle, maybe it's in here actually. let's just have it in here, I guess. Okay, so we'll have this. Oh yeah, and what do we steer with it? Well, we have to add a property that is, I guess, activates or controls, which is an entity reference. So we add this. This is gonna have now a control thing, and I guess we can have one of these like out of range, and then when you, oops. Oh, it doesn't work with zoom. Okay. Well, when you take control of it, you're gonna be able to move this left or right, and then you move it to the left, where there's like, I guess we can have like a slot or something, and you'll be able to activate it, and you'll be able to like open the door or whatever. So let's go over here. So we'll make like a little slot here that it can go in, and then the door will be over here. I guess this could be sort of closed off as well. Yeah, and then you're gonna be able to jump up here and yeah, get a treasure somewhere, something like that. That's the idea. All right, so let's make a door here, and we'll connect this guy with the door. All right, so now this is connected to this, this is connected to this, and if we run this now, we can go and see that we cannot activate the toggle thing because it's too far away. But once we moved it over here, we can activate it, hopefully. All right, so let's create this control thing. Yeah, we'll need to go to devices. It's gonna be kind of a unique device, but let's say it's sort of, yeah, we'll copy the button. I guess it's the closest thing we're gonna have. Yeah, steering wheel. All right. No. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be colliding with anything, so this is fine. Let's see, the hitbox is, I guess it's fine. Animation, so the animation will be, well, first of all, let's add the animation to the container here. Oh, is this the point where I finally fix this issue here? This is like unwieldy. This instance here, it only, yeah, it has like a UUID and then animations, but animation set to undefined at start. Yeah, this is kind of a weird way of going about it. I need to figure out a way to fix this. I mean, we can just say take the same name. The name is supposed to be the same as the animation itself, so we can just, you know, enter a string, or yeah, we can just base it on the name of the field instead of doing all this, but then we can get sort of backwards, we can look through all the stuff in the index to see, okay, which animation is matching with this name, and we'll grab the ID out like that, or yeah, even load in the thing based on that instead. Yeah, but I'll not do that right now. Not right now. Steering wheel animation. There we go. All right. And the steering wheel doesn't really... Well, okay. This is kind of interesting. Because so far, the only state we store... Well, I was thinking about the persistent state of this. Like, we should probably store the state of the... Do we really want to store, like, the position as well? I mean, I guess we could. Because you're gonna modify the position based on this thing. So, I guess we could have a separate thing for that. We could have a separate like list of entities that we want to save the position, and yeah, restore the entities based on that. Just like a map from ID to a position, and then whenever we encounter that entity instance, we simply set the position to that. Yeah, that could be a way to do it. You could also store the position in this steering wheel so that it will actually, when we store the steering wheel state, we also store the position of the controlled entity. And when we load it in, we have to make sure that we restore the position of that entity. I mean, that will be less scalable, I guess. But it's also like one way to do it. And then we already have a map to store the thing in. Okay, but anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much right now anyway. Okay, so now we have the animation there. So now this should exist. Yes. All right. Now what? So right, so the animation based on the state. So the state is basically we have idle, and then we have active or activated or whatever, or in use or controlling maybe, or active. I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much. Let's just say active, and that's fine. So this would be if the state is idle, we want idle, otherwise we want active, I think it was called. What was the animation called? Active, yeah. Active. This would also be nice to, you know, the animation. It would be nice to have the animation be code, like the code knows about what animations exist. And it is possible to have that. You can have code that generates whenever it, like, you get the project in, it's gonna generate code based on the project. You could actually do that. That would also like automatically generate the properties for each thing as well, so you don't have to do that. I mean, it's not that huge, you know, it's a little bit boilerplate, but it's not that big of a deal right now. But I'm just saying that it will be it is possible to sort of build like a code generation thing that generates code based on the but maybe that will be a thing where maybe you want that when it's like a little bit more stable, maybe, because it's just gonna add more baggage, and right now it's like not that big of a deal, but it would be nice to have, you know, auto completion on these things instead of having to look them up all the time. But as I said, it's not that big of a deal right now, so anyway. Okay, so here we actually want to look at state now. So if it's idle, it's false. If it's active, it's true. We should probably have switches here, because if we add more states, then it's gonna automatically... Yeah, if you really want to be anal about this, you should do it like this. Because if you add a new state, you're gonna automatically have to handle it here. So technically this is better. All right. I don't think I'm gonna add no more to this anyway, but it's good to have to see that pattern and to put that into practice. We could technically everywhere where you have this, and you look at some sort of enum tagged union, or enum, you switch over an enum or tagged union. It's probably best to have a switch to handle all the cases, even though it's probably gonna be pretty simple most of the time. But then you're gonna see like everywhere where you actually, I mean, maybe not these cases where you wanna check all things other than idle, but then maybe you add a state where it's kind of like idle, but it's a little bit different. So then you want this to be in here as well. Well, then you don't get that automatically because you don't have a switch. So, but yeah, anyway. So self set state. Right, so if we activate, so this would have like an activate and a deactivate, I think. It's kind of weird because most of these devices don't actually, technically we don't really need a deactivate button. It's like you can just use activate like twice and say, okay, if you activate it while it's active, you actually deactivate it. I don't know. It turned out that we probably don't need two different functions here. But it is a little bit, I mean, it's more explanatory. I guess it's more like descriptive on what the purpose of the action is. Okay, so let's have a deactivate here, and let's say if the state is idle, we return. Otherwise, we want to set the state to idle. And there's gonna be some code where we actually, like, now we have to have a different state of the player as well, where the player is controlling something else. So we have to add a state to the player, but it's not gonna be the responsibility of this part to actually do stuff like that. I mean, we could do that. I mean, this whole setup with the devices is a little bit weird, because we do have some things happening in here. That's like some logic. But then it's kind of fragmented, I would say, the logic that handles the devices. Like, we could technically move the update functions into these files, which would probably make more sense. Right now we have everything in the device system file instead. I'm not opposed to having logic in the components, I mean, in fact, sometimes it's better because then, you know, it's localized to the to that specific thing. And then keep things that are sort of generic, or if you want to have like cross component stuff in the system. Okay, but anyway, so activate, deactivate, yeah. So activate should set it to active, and we really don't have any state for that. That's just active. That's what it is. It's active. All right. Actually, you know what? The animation when active should not be active. Actually, it should be like active is actually just it's steering. What I was thinking is when the player presses left or right, the wheel will turn. That was what I was thinking. But yeah, let's just continue add this thing in so we can continue. Oh my god. Another one. Man, I'm starting to reach more and more of these limits here. I'm not sure if it's something to do with I mean, yeah, if it's the way I'm doing it is like bad or, you know, using too much comp time. I don't know. It's probably bad to use too much comp time anyway, because you want to keep things simple, and yeah, but I mean, it's such a nice tool sometimes to use, though, to sort of automate code generation and stuff. Activate T is not used. All right, here we go. Okay, so let's go to device, and we import this new device, steering wheel. There we go. And we'll add this over here. Oops. Steering wheel. There we go. And we should get some root source file struct seen as no. Oh, right. Yeah. So, right. So we do need properties. Also, we add steering wheel here. So what did we have? We had controls, and it's gonna be property and the reference. There we go. Right, so now we have a bunch of places we need to fix. Device, no, steering wheel. So the steering wheel, I'm just debating where to handle the input here. If it's gonna be in the input function, or if it's gonna be handled here. I think it's probably best to have it in the input function. So we don't really have an update for steering wheel, so let's just ignore that. Here's the handle state change. So what we want to happen here? So I think we want to change the player state actually. If the state is idle, we don't do anything. Actually, if it's idle, we want to change the player state. So if it's active, active, we want to also do that. Player components, is that here? No. Player components. So we'll get that. Do we have player? No. Probably time to just add get player here or something. Oh, I already have that. Get player, yeah. Alright, we get the player component. I'll add a get play component here, because otherwise it's like convoluted. We grab the component to get the player entity and then grab the component from the entity. This will be raw. And yeah. Alright, so we get the play component, we set the state to be control, and then the I guess target is equal to steering wheel, properties, controls, entity ID. All right, and then we'll do the same thing over here. Let's grab that play component up here instead. We set the state to, I guess, idle. All right. Else from, oh. Switch on type. Wait, steering wheel dot state, right? Expected type, play component. Oh, it should be this. I'm not sure if this is how you could do it, like if this is just a copy or if it's the actual source. It's probably more safe to get the entity first, but then we still run into the problem of I guess what we could do instead is this get player and component, I guess. And we will get a tuple of the entity and the component. Right. Wait. No, this doesn't work anyway. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking there. We should just get the player like this. Get player. And then get play component from player. Okay, there we go. All right. Right, now this should be a pointer. Yes. Right, so we have to add this new state to the player. Control. And this would be target. Yeah, that's it. All right. No field name control. What? Control. Control. There we go. Okay, so now the steering wheel, when we switch to idle state, it was... No, wait, this is the other way around. When we switch to active state, it should initiate the control. When we switch to idle state, the player should also be set to idle. Okay. Now we have a bunch of places where we need to fix or add a player state control. So this is the update. I don't think we really do anything on the update. So we will just do this. Is there anything else in here? No. Right, I'll just add these. Steering wheel. There we go. A little bit of boilerplate here. We also get properties. All right. And we don't have scale. And the draw layer should be monster draw layer. So it's behind the player. A little bit bad naming there, but it's just some old code there that I live with. Alright, and here's the persistent data stuff. So let's just add this real quick here. And we'll have to fix the persistence of like the, I guess the position of the controlled target as well. So, well, we don't really need to save the state of the steering wheel. We just need to save the position of the entity that it's controlling. So, what? You know what? Let's just not do anything with this for now. Because what I was thinking is, how would we know if it's different from the initial state? We need to sort of look at the scene for that, the original scene, to see if it was different. And this is the restore, so we don't do anything there either. All right. Okay, let's check out what this evaluation error comes from. So evaluation exceeded 2,000 backwards branches. Yes, yes, yes. Where is this happening? Over here, animation 247. Right, so it happens here, I guess. So let's... So it's basically the comp time stuff takes too much. And we don't have any... So I'm just gonna do it here. Wait, we can't do it there. Can we do it in here? Yeah. What was it? 2,000? Exceeded 2,000. Where am I doing this? Here. So it's like global for everything, or could we just set this in main or something instead? Because the examples I looked at does it like locally, so that's why I put it there. Oh, this is in UUID. Oh, okay, okay. So let's change it there. Let's change it here to, let's bump it to 3,000, I guess. All right, that seemed to have fixed it. Let's see, switch must handle all possibilities. Yes, all right, so this one is the animation thing. Right, so we don't actually have an animation for this. I mean, I guess we could use the climb animation for now. let's just do that, I guess. Is that it? Okay. Another thing that we need to do is we need to now also in the input thing, we need to add code to handle the input when you're controlling. So here's the input code thing. Where is handle input? There we go. I should really separate like updating input and handling input in two different places. Like updating the state of the input and handling the actual like game stuff in a separate thing. Menus open is dialog can move, so we should probably have this over here. If player component dot state. So I guess what we could do is say is controlling, and we get the controlled entity out, and we say handle return handle control input, which sounds weird, like controller input, but it's like controlling an entity. But yeah, control input, we put this in here. We probably need the registry as well. We don't really need the player component. Okay, yeah. And let's add this is controlling. We get a question mark UID. If so, we'll return switch self state. If we have control, we get that and return control dot target. Otherwise, we will return null. There we go. All right, so now we have that. Now we need to create this function here. So handle control input. Well, let's just add it here, I guess. We need registry. control is the ID. All right. Okay, so what's gonna happen here? So my idea is that you press left or right to control the whatever thing you are controlling. It's gonna move left or right. So you're basically forcing something to move left or right. Now, I think because, well, okay. The thing that we're moving right now is the, what is it? The focus, no, the toggle thing. It's gonna, well, we'll see how the collision will work and we'll have to figure it out. But I'm trying to think too far ahead here. So let's get the body of the controlled thing here. So get rigid body from controlled. No, wait, we need, no, wait, control is the entity ID. That's right. Oh, this should probably be a good thing to put in utils, actually. Get entity. There's probably a thing like that. Entity from get entity by entity ID. Yeah, we'll move this to utils. Okay. And then over here, we're gonna get the entity is gonna be equal to utils. Oops. Dot get entity by entity ID. Control. If we don't get it, I guess we just return. If we don't get it, we probably just want to deactivate. But yeah, or I don't know. No, let's just keep it like this. Okay. And then the body will be based on the entity now. All right. It feels kind of bad to have to do this every time. Maybe we should do this. Let's set the entity instead of the ID in the state instead. Yeah, that makes way more sense. So this would return an entity instead. The target should be an entity. Right. And then devices, steering wheel. No, devices here is gonna be controlled entity. It's gonna be utils get entity by entity ID, steering wheel, properties, controls, entity ID. And this one is controlled entity. There we go. So then we do it once, so we don't have to search for this entity every frame. I mean, that was premature optimization. I'm sure that it was not needed, but it just felt really stupid that we had to. It also reduces the complexity. Let's see, in here. So it's not for nothing. Alright, here we go. Because now we don't need to get this entity. This is actually just an entity. So we can use this instead. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now we have that. So we need to check, I guess we'll do sort of the same thing as we did do for the player. We set up a velocity vector and like this, and acceleration we have as well, and then we have like well, I guess we'll just copy everything that's sort of related here. Oh, we need the input state as well. All right, let's see. So I'll probably copy all this and all this. Okay, so if this is thing there intends to move, so I don't think we're actually using this intends to move in this case. No, we can just remove this. It's for other things. All right, and then let's replace player body with body. Of the controlled thing. All right, so we don't have focusing. So if we're not focusing, so we don't focus, this sets acceleration of this to -1, right? So that should be good. Is it, if we're not attacking, the direction should be left, right? So if we have a direction, I guess we could use that. We'll do try get. Whoops. So we could say if we have a direction, we set it to left. If the state is not walk and we're on the ground, we're not attacking, not focusing, we set the state to walk. All right, so we don't need to set the state to anything, because yeah, we're just moving it. All right, same thing over here. Direction is to the right. And then we're calculating mass just to circumvent some stuff here. Apply force, yes. Right, so this should just be the same except the run strength. I mean, it's kind of weird if the if the controlled device speed depends on the player's run strength, but the player run thing is not dynamic now anyway. But what is this? Run factor dot player mass or times player mass? Wait, are we? Oh yeah, we're entering the player mass here. So run factor is what, 45? Okay, let's just say 45 here. I guess this will be like device control speed or whatever, I don't know. Impulse climb speed impulse. Yeah, we don't have climb thing. Okay, there we go. So now we're technically probably be able to control this thing. However, we need a way to also exit the control state. So we also need to get is cancel input on, and so we consume if the cancel button is pressed, and that's probably going to be the first thing we check here. If it is on, we will we'll send the deactivate to the device. So actually we need a device here. Control. And we say deactivate, and then we return here because we don't want to do anything else. Do you need something? No. Alright, and that will in turn exit this control state. Because that code was in the device thing. They could probably move that code over here to make it more like localized to the player code, but let's just do it like this for now. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so now, well, oh yeah, so another thing that we want to do is how do we enter the control state? So we have the activation thing. Where do we have is activate input on? So here we have like the activation target. Now to be able to set the activation target, we do it here, where we calculate the activatable targets and we set it to the nearest activatable target. And here we have a function called isActivatable. So we basically just have to add this over here. So or d is equal to, we could probably have a switch here instead. Switch on this. And if it's a button or if it's a steering wheel, this is true. And we'll add everything else here, I guess. Toggle, yeah, let's just copy everything. Remove door and steering wheel. Let's do that. And let's also join all of that. False. Just because if we add more, then this is a place where the compiler will complain that, oh, you need to add the case here so that you don't miss that part, which is a nice thing to do. Or, I mean, it's a nice thing to have this here. Incompatible types bool and void. Wait, why do I need to put a thing there? I guess, yeah, return. There we go. All right. Okay, what's happening here? Is this a... Oh, this could be a... This could be a null. So if it's null, then... Do we even activate it? I guess we don't. Let's just... I guess we can do if controlled entity, we do this. Oh, PV is not used. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. So now we have a new device, a steering wheel. We have a means to spawn it. We have a means to activate it and deactivate. And it's also gonna try to control another entity. So let's try this now. I'm just gonna try and run the game itself to see if there's any other issues here. And then we'll try the scene that we have a steering wheel in. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, so it launches. That's good. Now let's try the scene with the steering wheel so we can see if it works here. Here we go. Here's the scene. This steering wheel is connected to this device. So the idea is that you have a device that can activate this type of thing, which will in turn activate this door. But since this toggle is like too far away, you can't reach it. But if you enable this, you can move it over here. So let's try and see if it works. Oh, why is it like I can see like a dot there. I'm not sure why it's like that, but okay. Also, I'm activating it, but nothing's happening. So, interesting. A couple of issues there. No leaks, no errors. No, okay. All right. Let me just double check the animations here. Steering wheel. Yeah, here's the animation for that. Okay. And I'll check the so 81 dB. No, that's wrong. Okay. All right. Oh, I see. I pressed the wrong thing. Right. There we go. So now the animation should be fixed. But also the steering wheel didn't really work. Seems like. Like if the player state is I know the activation works because if I press A or yeah on my controller here, it doesn't use this thing here. So I know that there's it doesn't really. I mean I know that it is activating it, but or it's not. Well, I guess it tries to activate it, but then it doesn't work. So this one is for entity 94, so forth. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll go to not there. We'll go here, and we'll see. Okay. Log debug. So controlling, and we will show this. And just in case, I will also print this. All right. What? Cannot format optional. Oh. Right, this is an option. No, this is an option. There we go. Okay, activating. Going out, looking at the logs, control. Oh, it didn't even go in there. Interesting. All right, let's look at the steering wheel. Let's look at the activate function. So we're setting the state to active. Wait. No, the state is idle. Yeah, that's correct. State starts out at idle. If it's not idle, we return. And then we set to active. So if it's already active, we don't do anything. And then we set ourselves to active, right? And then deactivate. Okay, let's look at the input. So if cancel is on, we deactivate. But yeah, that shouldn't be on. So why is it not going in here? Steering wheel changed state. All right, so it did change state. So it changes to idle for some reason. And that's the only thing that happened. Okay, yeah, it changes state to idle. That's the first thing that happens, right? And then we have device activate. Right, it should call the activate function. So steering wheel activate. I'm just gonna log here active. So steering wheel activate. So I'm gonna say current state. Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah. It's not called. Okay, yeah, I just realized. The code that activates stuff, we have to also fix. Okay, so game input, activate something, activation target. Here we go. Handle activate, right. So we actually need to do this here. So let's add a switch here, button, and steering wheel. switch on this, and we get those, then we just activate here. Okay. And I'll just add the rest here to not do anything. Alright. Because we cannot manually activate these things. Alright. Yeah, I believe that will fix the issue here. And then I'll remove the logs. There we go. Okay. Oh, and cancel doesn't work. Interesting. I guess they'll pause. Well, that's good, I guess. I can't cancel for some reason. Where is it? Handle control inputs. So cancel input on. Then we deactivate the thing. Right. Is this not working? It should just call deactivate, which should set it to idle, which in turn, this is very fragmented. I don't really like this fragmented logic, but in turn this will go over here, handle state change. If we get to idle, we set the player component state to idle, which will cancel the controlling state. So I'm not sure why it's not going in there, or if it's, I guess maybe it's not. Cancel control. Okay, let's just see if we get this log. All right, cancel control. Oh, so we are getting in there. But then it activates again? Or for some reason it activates again? I did not press activate again. Interesting. Oh wait, no. It goes in here. Right, so this is the first thing. Right, so then it doesn't go in there again. That's the issue. I think, yeah, because the state is sort of counts as having been changed the first time. So we set it to idle. It's canceling the control, I guess. And then when we activate it, we do all this and we're controlling, but then we didn't cancel again. So we did not go in there again. And we did not change the state either. So we did not actually get in here and deactivate. Did we call the deactivate function? Also, the position of the device is also an issue we need to fix, but yeah, I'll look at this first. Cancel control. So we're changing the state there, but we're not actually calling deactivate. Okay. Interesting. So we're never going in here, I guess. Okay, let's just log that. See. Cancel about the okay, so it does go there. Okay, interesting. So it does go in here, and we are calling this because otherwise this will crash if we didn't get the device type out. And then it calls deactivate, but then why is not call it on the steering wheel? Wait, I'm stupid. This is the control. We're not deactivating the control. We are activating the actual, like the steering wheel. Ah, so we need to, okay, right. So we want to store the state, it's in the state itself. We probably, yeah, we want to store the source, the steering wheel itself, and the target. Source is gonna be the entity. I think we have the entity here somewhere. Yes. Alright, so that's the source. Excuse me. Oh. Okay. And then in the input, we will return the player state control instead. Okay, so we just return this entire thing here. And we will pass that in here. This is now player component, player state control. Right, and so we'll just do this. Control dot target. And now this would be control as source. All right. Okay, so that's why it didn't work. Let's remove all these logs now. I'm confident it will work now. And there we go. Because we've seen everything else work, so this should also work. All right. Now let's see. All right. And we can cancel out. Okay, cool. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so one thing that's left is the position that this thing, it just disappears for some reason. And I'm gonna bet that it's to do with it being like collided out of the thing. So yeah, that's an issue. So basically what we're doing is we're setting acceleration here, and then we're scaling it a little bit. But from the start this should just be like 0. So this should just come out to 0. It just disappears as soon as we do anything. And apply force basically takes mass. The force is 0, so this should also come out to 0 here. And then we just we add that into, so we're basically just adding 0 here. So we shouldn't really do, it shouldn't really do anything. Unless there's some weird stuff here where mass is like infinite or something. Do we even set the density of this? I mean, if mass is 0, then that's a whole issue in itself. But I believe that will be an error in that case. Like divide by 0 error. Let's go to device, steering wheel, and init. Entity. Let's go in here. Like all of these devices have their own, well, they have the same density, so that's human, which is 1.1. Okay. Now it's also like static and solid. So, maybe we'll remove the solid. From it. When it's controlled, perhaps. Right, so we'll grab this. Okay. If we have a control entity, I guess if we don't have a controlled entity, we don't do anything. Maybe. But you should be able to cancel though. Okay, but if we have a controlled entity, we set the state of the player. And let's also grab the target body. It's gonna be rigid body of this. And we will set is solid to false. I guess we have to sort of remember what the state was as well. Let's just do this for now. Set it to true, or set it back to the original state there. Yeah, I guess what we'll do is we'll say is solid equal to target body s is solid, and we will simply add this here is solid, is a bool, and now we need to say pre-component state control is solid. So we'll restore that there. All right. Now we're changing the solid state, which will make the entity, like the controlled thing. I'm not sure if this will work, but it will make it sort of not try to push the walls. We'll see what happens here. It really shouldn't be an issue. Okay, it still doesn't work. I'm guessing it gets like moved down. That's what's happening. But I'm not sure why anything happens really, because it should just be, you know, it should just, nothing should really happen there. Wait, let's see. No, this is the wrong project. So apply force, the only thing it does is it just sets it just changes the acceleration vector. It just adds this, which is force, which should be 0 divided by the mass. Let's do a thing here. Let's just say we'll just log out. Let's say if x or x of this is not equal to 0, or y is not equal to 0. Then we debug acceleration. We log that out. We also log mass. All right. And then at the end here, we want to check if the body acceleration is also not 0. I want to log everything out. New Excel. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll just do that, exit, see if it logged anything. Like so. Alright, so it, oh, I see, we get nans here. Huh. Mass is infinite. Oh, okay, that's probably the issue. So I was guessing that that was the issue. The mass is infinite somehow. The volume times the density. So we know the density is like 1.1. The volume, however, yeah. So this is for the toggle body. So device toggle. Now the hitbox of this is like 32 by 32. And the density is a human. So it should be like 1.1 times 32 times 32. That doesn't seem to be too much for this data type to handle. Like 32 by 32. That's just what would that be? 900 something. Yeah, I mean it's just nowhere near enough to be infinite here at this point. Also, if it's infinite, it means that somehow something got divided by 0 or something. So like the shape is over here, the size is 32 by 32. The density is 1 by 1. We go over here. Oh wait, is it infinite because of the staticness of it? Oh wait. Ah, I see. So maybe we should lose the staticness as well. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. All right. Is solid. Should it still be solid though? Maybe we should store is static as well. We'll store both of them to begin with, and I will play around and see what we actually need to do here. Is static and is static and static. All right. So now we're saving both of those. Wait. It should lose its staticness and solidness now. Oh, it still disappears. Interesting. I guess because the mass doesn't recalculate, or well, it should be calculated again. Yeah, mass is still infinite. Okay. Let's actually look at mass. Volume times that. The mass. I mean, it's just volume times density. Oh, is the density infinite then? The density is set to infinite, maybe. Right. Wait, is it? Oh yeah, this happens in the physics system, I think, yeah. So this happens actually, let's see, down here, add rigid body. Right, here we're checking, Where is that? Static, dynamic. Set rigid body. No. Body, get rigid body. Yeah, maybe in here, in it. No. Alright. Hang on. 1 second. The static is here. Initialize here, and we're creating a new thing there. Yes, we're updating. Oh, here we go. Okay, I needed to just look a couple of lines below here. Okay, so if it's static, we set the density to infinite, right? Because it's like it has to do with some calculations when stuff is colliding with a static object, and we're calculating like the forces and stuff. So maybe, yeah. So all this doesn't really matter. The density is infinite. I mean, this should really be. This is really a limitation of the library itself. If you have a static object, you can't really move it. Well, it's static because it's not supposed to move. That's the whole point. So maybe we should just set it to be not static. Yeah. Or have a way to sort of set it to be not static. I guess technically what we should do is update the... We should update the game engine to support that. But I guess for now I'm gonna just... I'm just gonna hack it here. I'm just gonna say density is equal to same thing here. What is this? Physics. No. I'm just gonna if it's static, we'll set the density to infinite, else human. Yeah. All right. Now let's see. Oh. There we go. Oops. Okay, so it can just move through now. Okay. Well, that's also interesting. I think it's because it's part of the what's it called? The ground group, and the ground group doesn't really collide with itself. So device, no device toggle. Yeah, so yeah, here it's added to the ground group, which means that it should collide with everything that is supposed to collide with the ground. But then I think it should also be added to, like, when, like, we should have a new group that is supposed to collide with the ground, but it's different than like the monsters and everything else. Yeah, I think devices is probably good. So collision groups, create group. I mean items. Okay, let's just create one called devices. And devices should collide with the ground. There we go. Yeah. And I guess, I mean, technically we could add it so that players, monsters, items also collide with devices. But because then we don't need to add devices to the ground. But devices only collide with the ground. Yeah, that makes sense. So now this is devices instead, which will make this is generic, so this updates for all devices, which is nice. All right. That should actually be it for being able to collide with the ground there. So let's test this now. No, it still goes through. Is it because it's not solid anymore? Maybe. Maybe that's the case. So let's disable that. It should be solid. Oops. Okay, there we go. Nice. All right. And I just want to test something. Like, let's say we move it up here. Will it now like fall? No, because it has gravity disabled, but we can still move it and it still collides with the ground. Okay, cool. Awesome. So this is, I'll put this like below the thing. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna just improve the graphics here a little bit. All right. I'm not sure what should be like up here, but we'll figure it out. And I need more variations here as well. I'll add that like off stream. Maybe this should be like a tech based thing here. I don't know. Let's add some rocky stuff over here. Okay. Okay, wait, I want more layers. I usually add like 2 background layers and 2 foreground layers. And then we have 1 layer which is where the characters or the things that are supposed to be in between the foreground and the background. So you just create 1 layer called characters and then we figure it out from there. So this is all in the background. I want everything basically to be in the actually, okay, yeah. In the foreground. There we go. And now all of the extremities, the little decal things. Oops. Also put those in, I guess, foreground too. There we go. All right, so now we have a couple of layers. We have the foreground, we have the sort of decals there. Now we can put stuff in the background as well. So we will take this tile. So this tile is like the non-blocking black tile. So we can put it over here to have that as a background there. Yeah. I probably want to put something else there background. It would be nice to have, because it's supposed to be like, you know, this ancient sort of technology that they have. So it would be nice to have some sort of also what you call it, like wall stuff that sort of looks like this sort of ancient technology. But I don't really have graphics for that yet. But yeah, that's. So you get in here and you wonder, oh, what's happening here? And the thing is, you recently got this thing, so you're trying to sort of use this on everything. Oh yeah, I guess. So you kind of restore the state here. So this is the state, how it looks when you go in here first. And then you can't really activate this because it's like behind. It's too far behind here. But then you're like, oh, what's this? And you activate it and you press this so you can move it over there. You exit that and then you press that to activate and then you can move forward. Oh. Wait, why can I go through here? Oh, I see. The door is different. Right. There we go. There should really be. I mean, maybe we can just say if it's solid or not, actually, instead of removing it from the collision group. Well, I guess I don't want it to fall through the floor or something. Yeah. We'll remove it from devices, but then it still will fall through the floor if it's not colliding with the ground, I guess. I guess, well, well, actually, I guess the what you could do maybe is you can say enable collisions for. Don't we have like denable? What the disable collisions for? Yeah. So then we could temporarily disable. No, but we don't want to disable for the whole group. We just want this specific thing. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, this should work for now because the thing is like static and stuff anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I think let's try and not worry about solid or static, and we'll see if that's. I know the density we have to deal with, but let's try static and solid and see if that actually works out here. Whoa. Okay, so now it's static, so it's like, oh, wow. Okay, that was kind of funny. What happened? Why did we get an error? Oh, because we were still in like the controlling state, and then when the entity disappeared, we didn't get it. Okay, interesting. Right. So so because it's not static, some of the physics is removed from it. So we should have the staticness of it saved, but the solid doesn't matter. In fact, it should probably be set to be solid in that case. So we should probably set it solid to true, actually. And then restore it there. Also, we don't need this to be human. I'm just gonna say 1. Just to have something there. We just need density to not be 0 or infinite. If it's 0, something's gonna crash because of division by 0. If it's, I think, because you're calculating mass and then you're dividing by mass. If it's infinite, then I was just thinking, what would 0 density mean? That would be like absent of anything. Yeah. Or it would mean that there's nothing there. Okay. Anyway, so this is compiling. Let's just try it one more time, see if we are in a stable sort of state here. Why is it not playing here? Okay, there we go. Okay. Cool. I mean, the climbing animation actually works kind of well. It's just his feet shouldn't stomp like that. It kind of looks like he's so excited changing this device here that he's stomping his feet as well. Okay. Should this be like over here at the start? Where did I spawn? I spawned like below the, which sort of makes sense. But then you're like, I can't reach it, and you can't enter. And then you're like, why? What is this? Oh, I can move it over there. Oh, now I can access it, and now I can move through. Awesome. Okay. Great. So we have this. This opens up a little bit of, you know, potential to sort of introduce more things and more puzzles and stuff. I'll figure out, and I want to add more elements as well. Like the idea is to add like some sort of like mini games as well. Like you can control maybe a sort of cannon that shoots, or maybe, you know, a mini game like a breakout clone, or yeah, something that will sort of change something in the game so you can progress, something like that. I mean, already this kind of tutorial is, it feels kind of nice actually, this whole setup here, to just learn what it is and how to do it, how to use it, and also learn that you can sort of move this, and then that will solve the puzzle. I mean, it's not a super advanced puzzle, but I don't want the puzzles to be too advanced either, because yeah, the first puzzles should never be this super hard. I mean, unless you're making like a hardcore puzzle game, I guess, but you should learn the steps and then it gets harder and harder. But I don't want the game to be sort of super hard puzzle game. It's not that kind of game. It's just that the puzzles are there to kind of bring a little bit of variety to the game, sort of like a Zelda type deal, where yeah, you have these tiny puzzles and mini games sprinkled around so that you get this variety in the game to sort of keep things fresh, and yeah, and to keep the interest a little bit. Well, it helps with keeping the interest a little bit. Okay. Cool. Cool. So great. What now? Yeah, and I guess we don't really have anything that sort of gets you treasure. Maybe that could be something that I mean, I want to have something like, you know, a treasure chest or something like that. But I don't have like graphics for it. I mean, it's probably easy to just add, I guess. Guess it could be a device, technically. But I need some other palettes to it. Hey Blue, what's up? Nice skull. Which one was that? The skull. Wait, where do you see a skull? Was it over here? Or no? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe, I mean, maybe you're seeing something that I don't see. You saw it in the game? Did you see it in this room, or where do you see it? I'm curious, because I haven't added a skull in here. Because to me, nothing in here looks like a skull, so it would be interesting to see which one you're talking about. So that I don't, like, I see something, but then it was gray. Are you talking about this, the flying monster thing, or? Oh, are you talking about this one? I see. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah. This is just to mark that this is supposed to be the boss room. This is like the tile map. I just painted a tile map like this. Yeah. So I was thinking like, oh, where do you see a skull? Like something that looks like a skull that I don't see, but maybe the players see it, and I just missed it. This. So this is just a placeholder for the boss room. Yeah, the time map. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna add a sort of treasure chest thing. Let's just add it over here, I guess. Let's see. Let's just, I don't know. I don't really know how it's gonna look. How are you doing, Blue? Maybe I'll add something like this. Oops. Did that actually match up? Okay, cool. Man, I don't like this new GIMP thing. I upgraded from GIMP 2 to 4, or I mean 3, and now it does weird things when you're creating when you're like copying and pasting and stuff. You're doing good? Great. Does this look like a treasure chest? We'll have some sort of, I don't know, thing down here. I was just thinking how I can convert 3D map data to CSV. So what kind of data do you want to save? Like a bunch of points? Or no. Walls and architecture, okay. Why CSV, or what are you trying to do? It looks like a chest. Yeah, cool. Okay, I'm not sure about the lighting here. It looks a bit weird, maybe. Okay, and then we'll just have one closed and one open. No, let's. I will compress it a little bit, I guess. Maybe like this. So like if you have to make a map editor, how will you make it? Well, I mean, I would start thinking about how would the map be how would it be structured? Are you thinking about a roguelike or like a grid type thing, or all right. Wait, let's, yeah, save it. There we go. Okay. Now let's go back to the editor. And we'll go to entities. We'll add a chest. And this is the chest here. All right. Properties. I'm not sure what we would have here. Maybe the type of chest or something like that, to make to know which type of loot it should be. Yeah, like a grid. I mean, it also depends on what kind of features you want to have. Like, do you want to like have a tile map editor, or or just, you know, you're saying, okay, here should be a room, and then you paint a couple of cells. This is like a room. Here's a corridor or something like that. Or do you want to have it? Yeah, I don't know. It depends on really what kind of features you want to have, I would say. But if you want to start small, you could just start with that. Start with the easiest thing to let you actually create something. That's how I did it. And then you could just grow it over time and add more features to it. I think I want to just add, I don't know, a string maybe, type. Actually, it can't be named type because that's, well, I guess it can be named type, but it's, it's a keyword in Zig, and so it's gonna be annoying. So I'm just gonna say loot type. It's a more descriptive anyway. The value, I guess, gems, maybe. All right. Maybe we'll add like loot type and rarity or something. I don't know. Yeah, so that actually worked pretty well for me. I mean, I knew I was probably gonna keep it around for a long time and use it for multiple projects. So I kind of knew what I wanted to have. So I started out pretty simple, and it just grew into this whole editor. And you know, along the way, I also learned how to use the libraries to build the UI and build the editor and everything. So it's also been like a learning process there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fetch a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. But I do like discussing these kind of things, so there's no problem, you know. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Let's see. Let's just start here. Let's just start with loot. The thing I'm worrying about is, I mean, we could always add like more gems. You know, we could add more different types if we want. Let's just add this to start with, and then we can continue. Because the issue is that if I add more properties later, then all the chests are gonna have to be redone. However, at that point, I could actually write some sort of migration thing for the properties as well. Yeah, cool. It's really fun building your tool, and then actually being able to use it is really nice. I mean, it's not gonna feel super great when it's not, you know, working how you want it to be, or if you're missing some sort of feature. But it is really nice once you've got it up and running and able to use it, and just, well, I think I want this feature now, and then you just add the feature. It's really, really, really nice. Let's see. So now we got this entity there. We need animation, chest. I guess closed. And we need the texture. Closed. And open. There we go. That's that done. Now we can add that into the place. So I think maybe I'll move this over. So what kind of project are you working on there? If you don't mind me asking. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So wait, yeah, so now we can jump up there. Let's actually just close everything here. There we go. Like just that feature that I showed here, like close to the left, close to the right, like that was something that I put on for some time because it didn't feel necessary to be fair, like for a long time. But then I realized that often I get all these sort of tabs up, and it would be nice to just close everything that you're not working with. And so I added this. It was sort of very simple addition, but it does give a lot of it does give a lot when you use it like that. Just those quality of life things are really, really nice. Whoops. Exit the program accidentally. Alright, so we'll just jump over here. Maybe we'll add some enemies. Maybe like a couple of these. And we will add maybe one more platform. Whoops. Let's move it down. Wait, no, this is the wrong layer. Oh. Okay, let's just redo it. There are some bugs here and there. It's not perfect. 1, 2, 3. There. Should it? And then we'll just have the chest up here, I guess. That's fine. Now, okay, changing the height here is actually gonna be a bit weird. So if we change this, whoops, let's change this to like 20. You can see it sort of deletes from the bottom. So yeah, so actually let's just take this and we'll move this up here, and then we have to move this as well. There we go. Oh, and then we have the background as well. There. All right, and then we have the foreground. I believe we can just remove that. There we go. Also over here. All right. Also these ones should be black, I think. Yeah. And we'll do the ceiling. I'm gonna add more decals to this place. It looks very one-dimensional right now, but oops. All right. So, oh yeah, and up here as well. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Oh, did that get added in this one now? Okay. There we go. All right. Oh, we got this one as well. Over here. Delete those. There we go. I guess we can fill this in here as well. I don't have a bucket tool. The bucket tool is kind of interesting. I tried to figure out a bunch of different ways of actually implementing it, but everything that I came up with was like, man, is this really gonna work? like recursive. I mean, it's like either sort of saving positions on branches and bottlenecks, and I don't know. I have to read up on that because that's really a really interesting problem. Or I'm just, you know, very stupid and I can't see what the solution would be, but all right. Anyway, so now we have a little bit of thing here, and yeah. Now everything here needs to be moved up, but that's fine. Wait, why does it need to be moved to the left? Okay, I don't know that, but and we don't have like drag select move on entities right now, so that's also something. All right, this is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. All right, cool. Let's play this. There we go. Yeah, the background looks a bit weird here actually. Why is the camera so low? It should be like up. It's weird. Wait. What the hell? Did this not save correctly? Oh, I never changed the size. Four, 3, 2. Okay, let's just try. Oh, there we go. 40 by 20. Oh, and now they moved. Oh no, it's off now a little bit. Okay, let's just add one more to the, I guess, the bottom here. Oops. There we go. All right. Now it's lining up. That's also a little bit thing that I wanna fix, is the alignment of the grid should always match up. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Okay, now let's try it. There we go. I guess it doesn't really matter that the position is not saved here, because the toggle itself is saved, but it could matter in other puzzles. Yeah, so you have to fight these guys. Oh yeah, we could also add, you know, the classic you have to defeat all enemies thing. Yeah, and then there will be a chest up here. To open like a door. I wonder how we would do that. You could maybe add another entity type that is like just a controller that has like, okay, defeat all enemies controller or something. And it would have two properties. One is an array of monsters that you have to defeat, and the other one is whatever thing it's gonna activate when everyone is defeated. And you can even have, if you have like dynamic like spawned enemies, you can even have it target like spawners, and all those that they spawned will be included in the enemies that you have to defeat. So even if you have like an arena type room, you could still have that, and then it's gonna target the arena spawner. So, but how would we do like,
Well, I guess if you have an arena, it's not going to be super customizable. It's just going to be, you know, it's just going to be hard coded in the game.
I guess that's probably the easiest way to do it. So you probably want to have like custom stuff happening anyway. Okay, anyway, why is this? Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's add the chest up here. So here's the chest. It looks a little bit stupid. It looks. I mean, it looks too. I don't know really. It looks too rigid. It looks. I mean, it looks too. I guess boxy. I guess maybe. I don't know really what to do. Maybe lower in. I mean, I'm not gonna worry about the graphics for now. I just saw it and I was just, oh my god, it looks so bad. But okay, anyway. Yeah, this is getting new gems. So let's add this entity to our things. Devices, yeah. Let's add this new device. So this would be akin to maybe basically like a button. Almost. Or maybe no. Let's just have a button here. Chest. So it's gonna be like closed and open. And I think maybe open will have, we probably have some state there, maybe. I mean, let's just figure it out while we're working on it. So we do have properties as well. Let's replace button with chest. We'll have to add the animation. $64, let's just double check, yes. Right. Let's add it over here, device, chest. All right. Right, so we need to add the entity here, chest, entity, chest. Loot type is a string. There we go. All right. Do we actually have a string before? Yeah, animation. I was just wondering how we handle the initialization or deinitialization of this. I guess it might be part of the scene. Yeah, it's part of the scene, which is like deinitialized. It's like kept during when the seed is loaded, and when you transition, it's gone. Okay. Right, so we have the chest there, and now we need all sorts of things here. Chest doesn't really have an update. State changed, we could actually have.
So switch on chest.state. If it's closed, nothing really happens. If it's opened, we don't have state there. We have the property, so I guess I guess we'll put the code in here for now. Chest properties, loot type. Wait, can we switch on a string? Switch on type. Oh, value. Can you switch on that? I don't think so. You have to do like mem. Yeah. We have to do like if. I mean, we probably should make it into an enum and have it like string to enum or something like that. But let's just do it like this for now. Oops. If it's gems, we do something. Whoops. Alright, so if it's gems, then we do something. Otherwise, I guess we could sort of panic or have like unreachable or something. Panic. Invalid loot type. Invalid chest loot type. It should probably be checked like before this stage, like not when you open it, but when you load the actual scene. Just because then it's more easily checked. However, it should probably also be like, instead of doing this, I mean, we should have a check anyway. But maybe we could add enums in the editor. Like you'd have an enum type. That could be pretty nice, because then you could sort of match that enum type with the actual enum type in the code, in the game code. So then you could sort of have a validation there that, okay, we have the same list of enums. And also if you have like the code generation part that generates code from the project files, then it could generate the enums and it could automatically tell you that, oh, you need to add cases for these new values in the enum. That would be really nice. I'm just dreaming of the future here. But yeah, small how do you say, slow and steady wins the race. That's how we say it. But yeah, let's just do it here for now. So if it's gems, then we just spawn a bunch of gems. But I wonder if we should, it would be cool if we had some sort of timing thing, like we add a little spawner that spawns a bunch of gems, that like drops gems in a way, like it sort of shoots out gems upwards a little bit, so it looks like the gems like come out of the chest and then they land and then they can be grabbed. So it's like a little, you know, sort of super mini game of grabbing the coins, of grabbing the gems from the chest. And it should happen pretty fast, because it's annoying when you have to stand around to wait for all the gems to drop. But it could just be, you know, maybe in less than 1 or 2 seconds, it's like 3 throwing all the coins, or I mean the gems, out of there. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. So I think what we could do then is we could say create spawner, maybe. Create entity for spawning. So we want to create a new entity, and the entity itself is a spawning entity. So this is a, well, it's not a scene entity, I guess. And it's not an animation. Well, I guess it could be seen as a scene entity, I guess. So init with random ID. Well, maybe we can just add a spawner. And it will have some parameters. Let's see, entity custom. Spawn type. So this would be, I mean, it could be UUID for the type of entity to be spawned. Or it could just be whatever this is, entity type. So that's the spawned type. Or spawns. I don't know. And then, well, let's just do like spawn type. Spawn type. It's a union enum actually. So we'll open up to the possibility of having different types of spawn things. I'm just gonna add one. Like the easiest would just be to add like chest, you know. But I want to have it a little bit more sort of generic, I guess. So I'll just add one called will spawn at a certain point perhaps, and it will have the position and interval. I guess you could do all sorts of weird stuff here. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do it generic. I'm just gonna do it super specific to the chest to begin with. And once we have more of these, we'll add more specific things, and then we'll see, okay, what is common between these, and then we'll figure it out. Because I'm just, in my mind, I can think of a lot of different things we can do with this system. You can have like sequences, you can have yeah, like intervals, like randomness, like random positions. You know, you can have all sorts of weird stuff, but I'm just gonna do this simplest way possible to start with, because we might not need this. We might not need all that stuff. So then it just feels like you're doing a whole bunch of stuff in, which is nice, but the thing is, then you're gonna have to keep in mind how this system works, and maybe it's not even worth it, you know. But it would be cool to have a system like that, that is like easy to use and all that. But I think for now, for the first thing, you should probably always sort of do the most specific thing. If you're not like well versed in what you're doing, and you know that, okay, I'm gonna need to have, because then you're kind of building something where you know in the future that you're gonna have to need it, so that you don't have to rebuild something later. But for now, I'm just gonna add this here, and then if in the future for some reason we need to have a more advanced spawn system, then we can just replace where we have the chest stuff, and just replace it with the equivalent that is gonna be the new thing. But anyway, so yeah, so that's my reasoning here why I want to change it to chest here, because I don't want to spend too much time on just implementing something that might not even get used here for this game. So chest, so what do we want to do here? So well, we can have, well, we already have like what type it is, what we want to spawn actually. So what would this actually do? This would sort of just be the same for everything. So I guess this could just be this here. I guess what we could do is say, okay, how many and how often, like interval, and interval, like that could be like F64. So that is like how it doesn't really need to be F64, but it's the same, and it's just that I don't have to cast it later. So let's do interval F64, and then what else do we need? Like interval and like amount, or not amount, but like number of spawns. Number of spawns, I mean, I guess number of spawns. And that's a U size, we'll say. All right. Yeah. So I think we can create a thing here. Create spawner. Wait, create entity for spawn. Create spawner. What was the spawn options actually? Reason and spawn reason, right? So we're gonna have what are we gonna have? Like the spawn type. The spawn, like we need. Where is it? Here. We need this, the spawn type, and the entity type. So we basically need these two things. Like entity spawner, maybe we can just create that, or yeah, pass that in. Spawner. Yeah, let's just pass that in. Should be fine. And I will create entity for spawning. This is gonna be the spawner. And options is gonna be like reason is, it doesn't, well, can it be null? Yeah, okay, so we don't need options. There we go. Right, so that will spawn a spawner, which will in turn spawn a bunch of gems. Okay, so this will be create spawner. And this will be, okay, spawns is gonna be gems. And the spawn type is a chest with interval and whatever else we have. Interval is like, I mean, it depends on how many. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's do like total duration instead of interval. Actually, duration, like total duration and number of spawns, and then the interval will just be the one divided by the other. So where is it? We are over here. Okay, interval is, no, we don't have interval. We have total duration. It's gonna be like 2 seconds. Let's do like chest dot spawn duration, and then number of spawns is gonna be, I don't know, 30. We don't really have a good gauge on that. Wait, don't we have chest? Oh, we have chest here. Okay, whatever. Chest spawn duration. Right, so spawn duration doesn't exist, so we need to add that. Spawn duration. Also, press duration doesn't exist either. Right, so we have a bunch of things here that we need to fix. Activate is gonna open the chest, but if the state is open, we return. Otherwise, we will set the state to be open. Deactivate, we cannot deactivate. And we don't use T here. Okay, what else? It's weird that it doesn't complain here, but I guess it's because this doesn't get called. But the state should always be closed. And yes. Change that to properties. Keep with the convention. All right. Getting a little bit nesty here, but that's how it is. It's very easy to get nesty in Zig. I should probably break this out into functions. It should probably also be moved onto the devices themselves, but I'm not gonna do that right now. It's probably easier to do it now than later, but whatever. I have to live with it. My own decisions. Create spawner, so let's see. I might do it like off stream or something. Just when I'm, yeah, cleaning stuff up.
Alright. So now we technically should create the spawner when this is opened. Let's fill in some more gaps here. Entity type depends on itself. I see. Yeah, so it's because of chest. No. Yes. No. Spawner. That's right. So it's because of the spawner. Okay. What if we make it into a nullable? Is it still an issue? Yes.
Right, like I am a little bit confused about this because
Technically, well, okay, I understand. I understand. So I understand the reason why this is not possible. I understand the reason why it's not possible, because this is supposed to be some sort of, it is kind of like a struct. So it has a size, which is one size only. And the size that it has is like the maximum size of all of these things. Like which one has the largest size, that's the size that this union is gonna have in the data. And so, or in memory, or yeah, whatever. And so if you have something that depends, if you have something that has this in itself, that means that potentially you can have an infinite, like what would the size be? We don't really know what the size would be, because you could potentially have like one of these copies, two of copies of this, 3, 4, 5. Like you can have infinite copies or whatever. So we don't really know what the size would be in that case, because it's, yeah. It depends on itself. So we cannot have this actually. We could have I guess we could have a pointer to it. But that's just annoying to have a pointer just to pass this around. But I guess it's inevitable. So, but then you have to like deallocate it as well. Could we? How would you do it? I mean, maybe if you have a slice of const. So it could be like a static list. Yeah, that should work. And then when we create it, we say, okay, this is going to be a list. Yeah. But then it's like, okay, how do we... How do we know? Like, how do we... Like, okay, I'm just going to assume that there's only one spawn. We're just going to take the first one, I guess. Because what I'm thinking is, what's the logic behind having a list here? Like, how would we actually go through the list to spawn things if we actually want to have a list? But it's gonna depend on the use case. So what I'm just gonna say for now, we're just gonna take whatever is in there, spawn it once, or I mean spawn the first thing in the list, use that as a sort of spawn thing. Right. Okay, now we get a whole bunch of things here. So the spawner. I'm gonna say the spawner is unreachable here. It's the same with battling, which is like a what is it? It's something that gets spawned in the game. It's not something that is like created in the scene editor. The same with this spawner here. It's not meant to be created in the scene editor. It's just
something that is spawned in the game. Must handle all possibilities. Right. So what was it called? It was called spawner. So why do I still get this error? Because I did add it down here. Also, this code is like, what is missing? What is actually missing here? This is where I want to have help from, you know, but it can't help me because it doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't understand. What is missing? Wait, what was that? Oh, that's the steering wheel. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit annoyed here because I have like too many types. It's annoying to check which it is. Sometimes also like one of these last ones like disappeared and I don't know why and how. So we got custom entrance exit, NPC, tile map, batting, I guess, well, player. No, it's over here. NPC. I guess maybe chest is missing. Oh, did I not add chest here? Oh, I never added chest. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. There we go. Alright, let's continue here. So let's also add chest here. There we go. And we're not supposed to spawn. Oh wait, no, here we are supposed to spawn the spawner. So let's add spawner here. And we get this out. Now, this is where we actually create the thing. We actually create the spawner here, I think. This is the spawn function, right? Yeah. So this is where we're supposed to create the spawner. Where is it? Here, yeah. And where's this being called from? Update. Right, so we have different like types of stuff here. Well, this is gonna be the first one that actually calls another function in here, I think. So let's just say spawn spawner. Spawner. I guess we need registry as well. And perhaps the position. Where are we spawning this? We don't really say what position it is. Entity is the spawner. No, this is supposed to be like an actual entity. Right. Position and Right, and then we can just use that over here. Yeah. Alright, so we need position as well. There we go. So what is the position? It's gonna be just center of the chest, I think. Alright. Alright. Wait. Entity type found spawner. Oh yeah. So we'll do spawner is equal to this. We have to encapsulate it in the union enum there. Alright. Spawn spawner. Yeah, we don't have this function yet, so we have to create it. Spawn spawner. And we need the spawner. Actually, we could just pass the entire entity, I guess, into it. And then just we enforce that it's actually a spawner. So let's just have entity. This is a scene.entity. And we'll grab this spawner out like this. Entity type spawner.
All right. And spawn animation. So this is gonna be pretty close to doing this, spawning an animation, except we don't have an animation for it. So actually this is even less. I guess we'll have like the simplest here, spawn entity with body. Right, because then we can use it again, and we need a position to spawn it in. Okay, and then maybe possibly with some options, we'll see. So this is the entity. We don't have any animations or anything. We're grabbing the physics system, we're adding this, the shape, right? So we need like position, which we have, position, and static solid. So these are the things that we may wanna sort of store or set here. I'm gonna pass. I guess we can add more in the future. We'll add. I'll add like. We'll add like spawn options. I think we already have spawn options. No, we don't. Okay. So let's just add this is static equal to false, is solid equal to false. I'm gonna skip density and stuff for now. The shape is like, it's just gonna be a rectangle, so I'm just gonna say size. So we need position and size. Maybe that's part of options actually. Well, we need some sort of size, I think. Maybe. Well, maybe the size doesn't matter. Sometimes it's just 1, 1. Okay, let's just add a size here. It's just a vector. Okay. So we'll have position and then options is spawn options. There we go. Oops.
Alright, now this would be options is static. Whoops. Is solid. Oops. And the shape should be wait, it doesn't understand. Physics shape. Rectangle. Initialize. This would be. Hey Blue, welcome back. How's it going? It's going good. I'm adding a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm pretty good velocity right now. So let's see. The offset should, I guess, should be 0, and the size options.size. How's it going? Are you building your map editor? Let's see, physics system. We're adding the thing. Don't need to keep the body around. Yeah. We don't really need to have this here. We can just say this. Spawn entity body. Why is this like? Oh, because we don't have a thing here. Spawn spawner. That's right. All right. I'm just gonna do this to get the formatting done, so I'll fix everything here. Okay, so now we have a function that like does the minimum for spawning entity with an actual like body, and we can set some things like static and solid. So we have a nice function that we can use that for. And so what I want to use it for is here. So I want to actually sort of, if we look at this, this adds the same thing here. So what I want to do is I want to say animation entity is equal to spawn entity with body, and then the position is going to be the position of this one, and then we have some options, and is static is solid is false, so we don't need to worry about that. The shape or the size is going to be the same as, I guess it's, I mean this is, it's just going to be the same as body's ABB size. Yeah. Yeah. And so we can remove this now, and we'll move this up. We don't need a physics system. We can move this up here now as well. There we go. So there's a little bit less code here, just so we get rid of that rigid body thing. So this is how we spawn it with a body now. I'm building a CSV parser for now. Okay, cool. What language are you using? Let's see, spawn animation, spawn offset. Was there anything else? We also have this part here. This is just entity equals. So let's do entity equals spawn entity with body. And the position is player body position. And plus player direction, apply the offset. Is static is solid false, and shape is the same as the player body. So I'm just gonna say that the size is equal to player body ABB size. Alright. And then we can remove all this, and we'll move you up to here. There we go. Zig. Oh, nice. How's it going? Is it your Because where did you delve in SIG before? Or let's see, player body. Oh yeah, we need. Oh yeah, we need all this. Let's move this down here. Beam offset. Right. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so now we refactor that a little bit, making it easier to write this function here. So spawn spawner. Entity. Let's call this scene entity. And so we'll create our entity here. And this will be spawn entity with body. The position is scene entity.position. And we have some options. Whoops. I wish it would format even though there's some minor errors. Let's see. So size. Size we don't care about. It should be just 1. Actually, should it be 1 or... Yeah, I think the size should be 1. Yeah. It should be 1 because if it's 0, then the mass is gonna be infinite, I think. Or it's... No, the mass is gonna be 0. Well, the area is gonna be... Yeah, the volume is gonna be 0. And the mass is gonna be like volume times density, so yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be 1. Okay, and then now we have the entity. It should be static, so let's say static true. Okay. Right. So now what? Now we have that. So now the actual entity is spawned. Okay. Now we need like an update function for that. I think what we do is we just add to the entity, we add scene entity. No, we add spawner. So now now this entity has spawner attached to it, so we can look through all the spawners by doing that. And so we get all the spawners by getting this type out of the ECS. And so then we can loop through them in the update function and just execute the spawner thing. However, I just realized that we actually need more data here. We need some sort of timing thing. We need a timer that says when it was last spawned. So, or well, let's see. Next spawn at. I usually have like when it's supposed to be spawned. So next spawn at, and we just set that to something. Well, actually. Yeah. Let's see. Where do we have this? Here. Next spawn at. I mean, T. Right, so we're just starting it off there. And then in the update function for spawn, I guess. Do we have an update function here? Yes. We have spawn component. Right, so we already have this, but we should also do now scene entity spawn. C was my first language, tried multiple languages, mostly work with Python, but C gives same level of satisfaction as C, so I'm learning C now. Oh, cool. How does tagged union work? So, yeah, I can go into that a little bit. Let's see, I'll just spawner. There we go. All right, I'll come back to this, but let's yeah, let's just make a new file here. Tag unions. So let's say, I mean, you know what an enum is. So we'll just make, let's say we just have like a monster type. We'll say. So let's make this into an enum. So we'll have like, I don't know, goblin, orc, and what else? I don't know. Slime. All right. So this is, you know, it's just an enum. It can be any of these three things. It's basically like an integer, and this should be large letters. But then you have a union. Well, you probably know what a union is also. But in Zig, you probably don't really work with unions, just bare unions like this. You probably always work with tagged unions, because if you're not working with an enum, it's like you always start out with an enum, but then you realize, oh, maybe my orc needs a little bit more state. Actually, you can say this, which makes the union have these things as types. So you can do this. Yeah, C union. So the union here is basically the same thing as a C union, but then a tagged union is basically, it's storing the type in the, it's storing the type of, or it's storing the tag, which is this enum, in the union struct as well. So it knows in runtime which form the data takes. So let's say you have a goblin struct, an orc struct, and a slime struct. So now it can be either of these things. It's just a union, except you know in runtime which union it is. So let's just say we have these things. Okay, and they could have any sort of different, you know, it's just like C. They can have anything, and then this union is gonna take like the size of the largest one. Okay, and then what you do is like, you can have, I don't know, update monster. As you get the monster in here, and you can then switch on the monster. I have to dereference it. Let's just do it like this to make it easier here. But you can switch on the monster, and now you have all these different options available, because you don't know which monster it is. So it's almost like having how would you describe it? Well, I mean, it's almost like having not inheritance, but yeah, it's like always having a tag with you to know which type it is. And so if it's an orc, then you can do that. If it's a slime, you do whatever you need for a slime. If it's a goblin, you do whatever you need for a goblin. And so this enables you to sort of create a list of monsters, and you can go through update without knowing their, like, you know, type from the start. So that I use tagged unions all the time, and one really nice thing about it is that Zig enforces the cases here. So if I were to
if I were to sort of delete the orc case, I'm not sure if Zing actually runs this code here or compiles it properly here, because yeah, no, it doesn't. So let's go to main. I will just show you here because it's pretty nice. Let's do monster. Actually, maybe it's enough to just import it. Maybe? No? Okay, I'll make this public. I'll make this public, and we will say monster, update monster. Wait, why didn't I get this? Oh, this is a different file. Oh wait, no. Tagged unions, that's right. Tagged unions. There we go. Does it run it now? No. Okay, so I'll call this function, and I'll just create, I don't know, a goblin here to call it with. Okay. And now it says here, so since I don't have orc in here, it's gonna complain that I have to handle all possibilities. And that is a really nice feature, because let's say you have some of the feature like sprinkled around, and the switches sprinkled around in the code in different places. Now, once you add a new case here, you get to you get an automatic announcement of, like, the compiler complains of, you need to add it here, you need to add it here, you need to add it. So it's a really nice way to sort of automatically know where to go to implement your new feature, basically. So yeah, I really like that. I mean, I do realize that if you're using tagged unions like this, or unions at all, you're gonna have, like, it's gonna take the shape, it's gonna take the size of the largest one of these, like goblin, orc, or slime. But I think it's worth it, you know. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. I mean, unless you discover that it's actually an issue, but I guess most of the time it probably isn't. So yeah, I think this is a really nice feature that really helps adding new things in and making sure that, okay, I handle all the different places. And whenever you have a tagged union, I really recommend using switch everywhere. Yeah, the larger size of one of these data types. Yeah, thank you. And so then you know, okay, I have to add orc here. Okay, and then we implement it. So that is, I really like that feature. I use tagged unions everywhere and as much as I can, basically, because it's such a nice feature, I think. Just the fact that they enforce you to implement the thing everywhere is just really nice. So that is basically tagged unions. Yeah, no problem. I love sharing knowledge and discussing these things. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it around for now. Alright, so let's see. Now here, spawners, I'm gonna loop through all the spawners. And so what we're gonna do is we are going to, yeah, it doesn't know which type it is, even though we should know which type it is. So we get all the spawners. We're gonna check if the timestamp has passed. So we're gonna check if next spawn at is less than or equal to t. If it is, then we spawn our monster, and we also set this to plus equals the interval
which we can actually create a function for. Let's just create a function called interval, and because we can calculate it with what we have. Oops. So this is going to return spawn type chest. But I'm just going to say it's chest. So it's going to be total duration divided by the number of spawns. Oh yeah, we probably need also like how many we actually have spawned. Spawned so far, like so that we don't spawn, so that we know that we're done. We could look at the timestamp as well, but I feel like that could be like a one-off error somewhere. Number of spawned. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that. And we start at 0. Alright, so that should be good. So next is interval plus equals to interval. And then we also say number of spawned plus equal 1. Alright, and then we do the spawn thing. We can also check if number of spawned is equal to number of spawns man, I have really butterfingers right now. And we're just gonna, you know, we might have more of these in the future. I'm just gonna say that it's a chest and we'll just return this. Alright. So we'll just check if the number of spawned, well, I guess we can say this is done. And we can have it over here instead. So bool return if number of spawned is equal to number of spawns. I guess we could have it more equal to make it sort of, we guard ourselves there. So let's just call if it's done. Then we'll just remove. Actually, we'll just delete this thing. Well, we will continue, and then we'll mark this for deletion. Actually, we could add it to entities to destroy here, I think. Wait, entities to destroy is equal to... Oh, it just destroys everything. Well, let's just do... Wait, I don't have utils. I'm gonna mark it for death. Like this, mark for death, which will, the death system will automatically handle this. So just don't cause any weird like invalidation of pointers and stuff. And the entity is, oh wait, no, we need this data. This is the entity, and we need the spawner. It's gonna be spawners get entity. There we go. And this is gonna be the entity. So we mark this entity for death. We'll continue, because what we also need when we spawn things is gonna need the position of this spawner here. And yeah, so now we're handling the sort of completion of the spawner. We need to actually spawn entities here as well. Right. So now we can use create entity for spawning actually. You can even use this. And the scene entity is gonna be something. And the options is nothing. There we go. Alright. Now this one, well, it's gonna actually be init. Why don't I get this function here? There should be a function like this function here. I should. Why am I not seeing that? Okay. So the scene entity is. Oh wait, that's not scene entity. Why does this not work? So we have position and entity type. Right, and now we need the body of the spawner. So this is going to be registry get rigid body of entity. So the position is going to be again, center of that, and then the entity type is going to be S. Where is that? Spawn type. No, it's going to be this one. Yeah. So it's going to be the first item in this list here. Oops. Spawns 0. Okay. Right, so this will create this entity like the next frame or whatever. Actually, we could just create it right now because this is the step where we should create new entities. I'm just worried that this view is gonna get weird in that case. Now maybe we should just use spawn, actually. Spawn. Yeah, this body can get invalidated, but we're using it here, so it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that should be fine. Right, and it has the same things, except we need to pass T as well. Okay, incompatible types F64 and U size. Oh yeah, so I guess we will have to well, it's gonna be a float, so number of spawns is an F64, and we do float from int spawn type chest number of spawns. All right. Total duration. Okay, let's just do total duration and number of spawns. Fine. It's a little bit clearer what's happening now. Okay. Constant shadows, local difference. Oh. Wait, I could just do that. Okay, let's just do this. There we go. Okay. we have a bunch of places where we need to fix, but yeah. So now the spawner should spawn stuff, hopefully, and it should also terminate here at one point. And I guess if it is done, then fine. I'm just gonna check one thing here. If the spawn is after death or the other way around. The spawn system is before death, so the death system will pick that up and delete it in the same frame. So we won't get in here again and cause it to be marked for death again. I guess that wouldn't be the case anyway, because next, even if death system was before, next frame it would go to death system first and delete it and then go here. So I guess, yeah, it's not really an issue. Okay, but anyway, let's complete this chest thing here. So chests, we do want to save. It should be the same as like Fork of War, because it's just a one-time activation and then it's never done again. So if the state is open, that means it's activated, and we should save the state if it's activated. And then if you save the state, we need to make a new map here, and we just store the state as open, otherwise we delete the thing. Okay, and here we also have chest. Let's copy Fork of War again. Now we probably want to save. I'll do this first so that we can compile, that we see that it actually compiles. Devices, chests, yeah, that should be fine. Alright, now we need to wait for the war. Oh, there we go. We need to add the actual thing there. Chests. Alright, now we have that. What else? Chest. Oh, there we go. Okay. I mean, we want to test that it actually restores the state as well and loads it. So, or I mean, yeah, loading the state and saving the state. So we should have it up for now, and then we'll see what happens there. Okay, but now I think technically everything should be in place. We have a couple of things we need to do here. All right, so activating a chest. That's right. So this is exactly what I was talking about with the tagged union. Now that we have a switch here and we added a chest, which is supposed to be, you know, activatable by pressing it, we can actually add it here. So we know that we have to add it here to know how to deal with it when it's going to be activated. So it just takes care of itself. It's really, really, really nice. I really like it. All right, so is activatable? Yes, it is activatable. This is kind of badly descripted. I mean, you could. I guess I'll add a comment here. Is this activatable by the player activate button? Yeah, I'll just add that little description there to give it some sort of context, because we do have a thing called activate, which basically every device can do. So every device is activatable. That's kind of what describes a device almost. Like, is it activatable? Then it's a device. So this function is a bit weirdly described, but yeah, I just added that little note there just to remind me of that. Okay, so what's this? Nothing named pressed. Right, so
get animation. This should be, if it's open, it's going to be open, otherwise it's going to be closed. Looping is false, always. Fine. Hitbox doesn't really matter that much. It's just for the activation part. It's removed from all groups. Yes, that is correct. And yeah, it's static and not solid, so it just stays in place. Yeah. All right. Anything else? No, just a bunch of warnings there, or infos. Okay. Actually, was there any of those? No, that's just a comment of the out code there. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get this to work now. So we'll start the editor. I should probably test run the game first, but let's see if this works now. Right, and I have to solve this puzzle as well. There we go. Okay, now moment of truth. We open a chest and we get a bunch of coins. Oh, so it works. Cool. And then we try to activate it again. It doesn't work. Let's reload and say when the test if it saved the state of the chest as well. No. Okay. Well, I'll try to see if I can open it, I guess. Oops. Okay, yeah, I can open it. Right. So, okay, so we quit while it was open, so it should be be saved. So let's check the save. Cbor. There we go. Okay, so it does say open here. So did I put this? Okay, let's go over to chest. Oh, yeah, also, I just realized if we open it, it will spawn all the things. So we probably want to disable that as well. But yeah, so why is it like not restoring the state properly? Okay, I'll check here, device. So put open. We should probably have like if the is activation enabled. Well, if it's not enabled, we simply return. Yeah, so then it won't spawn the stuff. I really don't understand why it's not restored. What am I missing here? So let's print that state, current state and the restored state. And it still says open here.
Alright, let's see if we can see anything in the logs. I'll just go over there and see. Oh, now it's working. Okay. Not sure what happened there because the toggle also was not restored before. Oh, maybe it was because of oh, I see. Wait. Well, it might be because of the save being unable to be loaded because of bad format. Because we added a new map. That might be it actually. We added new data into the save and it said that, yeah, I can't load this. Yeah, that might actually be it. Because otherwise that's a bad... I'm gonna check for errors here just to see. Yeah, there we go. Could not reload save file too short. Oh, we got memory leaks. Okay, well that could be because of the save file not being able to be loaded. Okay. Oh, we got some leaks. Well, what kind of leak do we have? Wait, where the hell is this? JSON? Is it because of the string property? Why doesn't it say which function it is? Okay. All right, we have some leak. I'm not gonna fix it right now. But yeah, cool. So the chest works. We can store the state of it. I'm gonna disable saving or loading the state right now, and instead I'm gonna try and see if we can sort of make the spawn animation a little bit better. Because I want the spawn to sort of choose random velocities based on. So I want it kind of spewing out upwards the gems. Yeah. And the thing is, at the start, it's kind of the player. If the player stands in the way, then it's gonna collect all the gems at the same time. Like all the gems are just gonna collect it as soon as it spawns. So I'm not really sure how to deal with that. I think what we could do is add a little like thing where it's like disabling collision for a while or something like that. We do have that with the monster rock actually. The monster rock spawn rock, yeah, run function at add destroy touch. So yeah, this adds destroy touch. So we could do something like this to add a thing when we need it. So that you can't collect it during when it's like at the first second or something like that. So we're spawning this. Do we get the entity out? No, we don't. Oh, I wish there was a way to just get the entity, because the thing is that all of these functions need to return the entity that you just created. I guess what you could do is look for the ID. You could get the entity by the ID. It's a little bit convoluted to do it like that, but at least it works. Okay, so after this we should have a thing with the same ID as this entity here. So let's actually we'll store the scene entity like this. I'll just copy this over for now. Okay. I probably can remove that. Alright. And then we'll get the spawned entity with utils get entity by entity ID. And the entity ID is scene entity ID. Right. Oh, right. Now we need to say that this is a scene entity. There we go. Alright. Yeah. So we get that. If we don't get it, then that's a bug. We should just have unreachable there. But I don't like adding these sort of crashing places. I guess if we don't find it, we return, we log an error saying could not find entity, spawned entity with ID. Alright. But we find it and then we say something. Rock. No. This is the spawned entity. So we add it here. We don't want to add destroy and touch, but what we want to do is we want to add, I guess what we'll do is we'll remove pickup. No, we can't do that though. We can't store the data here and then maybe we can no. Well, technically we could have a thing component that freezes another component and stores it in a pointer, and we allocate it, and here we deallocate it, grab it out of the freezer, put it in on the actual entity itself. But or technically we could also like run function. We could add data here. We can add a pointer here though. Yeah, that's so let's just have data. Anything there. And this would get data here and opaque. Yeah. And I guess we can set it to undefined. If we don't need it. Alright, so here we can say, do we have the allocator? We have it over here. Let's grab the allocator up there. And we'll say pickup is going to be allocator create pickup component. And then we are going to, so now we have that saved. Well, actually we don't have it saved, but we want to, we basically just want to copy. So basically, yeah, we can just do this. We can say pickup, and then we can say get pickup, get const
from spooled entity. So we're just gonna assume that pickup exists because, yeah. Well, actually, maybe it won't exist. But this is sort of only for chests, though, right now. Let's just do it like this for now, and we'll fix it later. Maybe we'll do collision instead, like add like no collision or something first, and then after 1 second we add it back. Is there such a thing as no collision? No. There should be. I should add that component into the game engine itself, and it will be natively sort of supported. All right. Although that means it could go through like walls and stuff. Whatever. Pick up. Okay, let's do it like this for now, and I'll add that later. I'll add a to-do here actually. Add no collision component to game engine instead of this. All right, and then we'll add pickup or enable collision, I could say here. Destroy touch rate. No. This would be reg add pickup. Now the pickup is gonna be data here, so we're gonna grab data, this any opaque, and data is equal to pickup. But we need to cast it here, so we'll do a pointer cast data as a pickup. Or there, I think. Yeah. So pickup data. And then we need to do this, right? So we added that data there. Okay, let's do this. This is pickup. Pointer to pickup. Forecast data there. This is gonna be pickup. Let's store. And then we can say allocator. Oh yeah, we need to grab the allocator as well. Fortunately, we can just say registry get allocator get cost. Wait, no, singletons get cost allocator. There we go. So now we have the allocator. And we can say defer, well, and we get the pickup, and then we say defer allocator destroy pickup. There we go. Right, and then we don't need to do that. So we just add the pickup back. So we sort of spawn the thing immediately, and since we spawn it immediately here, we can simply grab synchronously here, grab the pickup from there, put it in a allocated space, then this function will grab it from the allocated space, or I mean we store the pointer, we just pass the pointer here to data, and we cast it over to pickup because that's the type it is, and we destroy it with the allocator at the end, but we also add the pickup back to the entity after a certain amount of time. So I don't really know, let's say like maybe like 0.5 or something. Oh yeah, what is T? Do we have T here? Oh yeah, T is outside of this function. Yeah, so this function gets called after this. Yeah, yeah. All right. Unused. Oh. There. Now what is happening over here? Do I need a line cast? Okay. Oh, yeah, registry. You cannot access. There's no. I forgot what it's called. It's like capturing something. Like capturing the scope outside of a defined function. It cannot. You can't like create functions like this and capture like the outside state. It's just a function that it's just like a function that sort of statically exists. It doesn't have any concept of the context it's being created in. It's basically like a global function. So anything you need to use in here is you have to pass it in. All right. But then we use this data and opaque to actually pass in stuff from the context here to actually do that. So it's kind of like capturing the thing, except you have to do it manually. But that's fine. It's at least it's possible. All right. Yeah. So that should make it so that you don't. Actually, yeah. And then also we need to remove the pickup from the entity as well. There we go. So we save it, we remove it, and then after half a second we add it back in. That's basically what we're doing here. All right. Okay. No more compiler errors. So we can try this now and see if the delay works. I'm gonna grab a little bit more coffee here. Why is this taking so long? Okay, I'll just press play and let it compile while I get some coffee. Happening here? There we go. All right. Actually, let's change the spawn position up here. There we go. And there you see. Okay, so you can see this all the gems spawned there, but it crashed when I'm guessing after half a second. So let's check what's happening. Assertion failure. Okay, contains. Add. Oh, so we're trying to add the pickup there. It didn't work. Supposedly the pickup already existed. Oh, there might be some cleanup that I'm forgetting to do in that case. Okay. I see. Yeah, so the run function should destroy itself, right? We shouldn't like keep running this. It should just run once and then destroy itself. Right? Oh, this one. Because, I see. So this function gets run every frame. I see. But it wasn't a problem because it just set the type to all and that's all it did. Oh, okay. But yeah, definitely when the function is run, it should also destroy itself. So we will store a list of these to be destroyed. So let's do components to be removed, and let's just do a do we have like a buffer list? What's it called? Bounded array. Yeah, because it's not gonna be that many. Well, just to be sure, just to be safe, let's do or array list unmanaged, and it's gonna be whatever it's gonna be. It's gonna be entities, yeah, and empty. I guess we could init capacity. Oops, 100 or something. Yeah, so we need allocator. Whoops. All right, and at the end here, we're gonna defer components to be added with the initialize. There we go. And at the end, we're gonna loop through all of these, and we are going to we're just gonna remove the component. So there's gonna be run at. There we go. Oh, we don't need to do C, I guess. Okay. And here we will say components to be removed, append. We don't do assume capacity though. Append this entity there. All right. Two arguments. Oh yeah, you need allocator as well. There we go. Expected, right, this needs to be mutable. All right, so we create a list to be removed so we don't mess with the iterator here while we're iterating. We store the entities to have the component to be removed there if the function is supposed to be run out or ran. So we only run it once because we go through all of those and remove the run function from them when at the end of this, so that all the functions that have been run is then be removed, so that the next frame it won't run it again, because that doesn't really make sense for what I intended for this to be. So we can also add a little bit of notation here or description here. Runs a function one time when the timer is up. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So now that should not crash, hopefully. All right, cool. Seems to work pretty well. There should definitely be some sort of animation when you pick it up, like some sort of sparkling things happening. But anyway, really cool. So what I want to do now is I want the velocity of this thing to be sort of different, sort of randomized when it's spawned. So we have the possibility here, we get the spawned entity, we can simply get the body and cause some sort of randomness to happen there. So let's get the spawned body, spawned entity. Alright, now I'm just gonna compartmentalize this a little bit here. It is a little bit messy, but it's just how it has to be now in the start here. And I'll come across here and I'll just, you know, do some maintenance and stuff in the future. Alright, so let's see. The body being spawned. So this will be... We just... what I want to do, I'm just gonna say like a random... Well, we'll take a cone that goes upward and just pick a random direction from that cone, basically. So let's say the degrees between pi over 2 is 90 or no, pi over pi over 2 is 90 degrees. So it's going to be pi over 4, between pi over 4 and I guess it's like pi minus pi over 4. Yeah. So it's like least, it's like min angle is pi over 4, and then max angle is pi minus pi over 4, otherwise known as pi over 4 times 3 as well. But yeah, that's fine. So and then maybe the velocity could also be random. Well, let's just make a random angle here. Random angle is gonna be, well, it's gonna be crypto. We're using crypto to do random. I always found the randomness in Zig. It's like, it is, you know, it is very customizable, I would say. But it's like, if you just want a random number, it's like the first time you do it, it's like, where, how do I create these random numbers? It's so confusing. You just want to be able to create a random number, and then it's like you have to sort of read up a little bit on how to do it. But compared to other languages where it's like way easier. But once you have it, it's like, you know it's in standard crypto random. Here we have a built-in sort of way of doing random. I'm not sure if it works on all platforms and stuff, but we use this as layer indirection because global const pointers can't point to thread local variables. Huh. Okay. Pointer undefined. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can use this because I have used it before. Okay, there's some weird stuff going on. I didn't know this keyword existed, thread local. What time it is for me? It's 14:05, or yeah, 5 minutes after 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. if you're speaking that language. Let's see. Float. Let's see. Float. Where do you live, Blue? What time zone? Float. Yes. So, oh, this is gonna be 0 to 1.
I guess excluding 1, including 0. It's always like, I don't know what this means really. But, and then you can times it with whatever you want to be the maximum, which is gonna be min angle plus max angle, because then afterwards we're gonna subtract min angle, right? Is this correct? Yeah, we'll no wait. We'll add min angle. Wait, no, but then we do max angle minus min angle. So we, yeah, that makes sense. So it's gonna generate a random number between these values, and then we add the min to get up to where we should be. 6 p.m. Okay, so about what, 4 hours to the east? Should be, I think. I'm not a geo wizard, but I do understand some basic stuff. What is this? Ambiguous coercion of division operands, compline float, compline non-zero remainder 3.145. Right, okay, fine. I wish it would coerce that by itself. Anyway. Alright, so now we have a random angle. Right. So now we should be able to say the velocity. So we're gonna say, or I guess we want to have some sort of force. Wait a minute. Did we already have some sort of force happening? Or what, am I crazy here? Spawner. No, gem. Yeah, because the gem. Okay, the gem has its own. Wait, where is this happening? The items. All right, the items. We're adding an impulse upwards. Okay, fine. So I guess we'll add only like a vertical. Oops. Vertical thing, maybe. Don't you use vectors like in physics? Yes. So my idea was that I wanted to create a random angle, which is like, in which direction do I want the sort of item to be thrown in? But then you need also magnitude. Well, I'm just gonna add maybe. I'm just gonna pick something here. But yeah, I was just. I'm gonna turn this into a vector. So this will be throw vector, let's say. So we'll rotate right with random angle. So this will produce a vector that is 1 in magnitude and in this angle here. And then we can scale this by whatever sort of speed we want it to have, which will be, I don't know, actually let's do only x, and so this will be yeah, I don't know, let's just do 10 for now. And then we can say spawn body
apply impulse grow vector. I'm just gonna see here, where is the impulse is, yeah, so and we have to times it by the mass because the mass calculation is a little bit weird. So now this can be spawn body, oops, mass, there we go. Actually that was like 75. Wait, 75. Let's do 50 maybe. Yeah, well, let's try it. Well, actually, let's do times mass here. Well, 50 times mass, so we don't have to convert it into a vector. There we go. All right. Anything else? No. So let's try and see how this looks. Okay. Well, we did get a little bit of variation there, but not a lot. It almost looks like it's just stopped for a second, or it just fell very short. I think it's like friction. It's the friction, I think. Yeah, the items should not have frictions actually. Is it the friction though? I'm not sure actually. But I mean, it's air drag. It's not friction, but I sort of clump those concepts together in this game. So what we do is we just add no friction. Like this. So now it shouldn't like be affected by air drag. There we go. Oh shit. Okay, maybe we should okay. We should like maybe differentiate air drag and friction, like ground friction. Okay. Yeah. No air drag. Right. Update friction. So what's happening here? Flying. Okay, this is kind of an arcane system that I have here. I'm just gonna have to see what's happening here. So we have the flying thing. If we're not flying and we're static, we don't have friction. So if we're a ground type thing, but we're static, then we don't have friction, right? Okay. But if we are flying, that means we still can have air drag, right? Because air drag and ground friction is sort of baked together in the same thing here. If we have no friction, then we continue. So I want basically two different functions. I want I mean, friction is sort of both air drag and friction. So I'm just gonna say here, if it's on the ground, like, do we even have? Yeah, we should have that on ground. So we have this thing, right? So we are checking if we're on the ground. Yeah. So we do have that information. So we could check that. So we'll divide this into two things. If we are, let's do is on ground is equal to registry has on ground. Right. So this will say, okay, are we on the ground or not? If we are on the ground, we don't really care about flying. We do care about friction though. Wait, if we're not flying and we're static, so we're basically wait, but if we're flying and we're on the ground, should we even have more friction? Should we apply friction in that case though? I think what we'll do is we'll say if we'll get flying here. So flying kind of means if it's a flying type monster. Welcome to Jet. How's it going? What programming paradigm do you lean towards? Object oriented? I'm kind of jack of all trades, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't like, you know, I don't like the textbook object oriented programming. I don't know. I kind of do whatever sort of feels right in the moment based on how I'm thinking about things. I try to have some sort of structure, you know, set up. As long as the pattern that you build is something that you can sort of make sense in your head, even if you've been away for a while and you come back and then you can get into the pattern easily, then that is a super nice thing. But so that's kind of what I'm think is important. But then, you know, I'm using all kinds of different sort of methods to do that here. So I have like sort of inheritance like things. I also have functional stuff. Yeah, so there's like a mix of a lot of different things. So don't really lean towards something, but sometimes it's like I wish there was more functional stuff in Zig. But yeah, I'm also trying to sort of lean into the Zig sort of paradigm, the Zig way of doing things, to, you know, not have too much friction between developing in the language that you're working with and trying to use a tool that's not really fitting, or trying to use the tool in a way that's not supposed to be used. I don't know if that answered the question, but yeah, I would say I'm a bit like free form, you could say. Let's see here. If we're flying, we should apply only air drag. And that is this part here, I think. Yeah. But if we have no friction though, if we have no friction and we're flying, but this is gonna be for air drag only though. And we don't really care about ground in this case here. I'm just trying to keep the original sort of algorithm here, even though it might not be the best thing. So if we're flying, we need to apply a different thing. If we're flying, if it's a flying enemy, we want to check is no air drag. All right, yeah. I don't know. I felt like I was all over the place, but that's the same way my code is, so maybe that's accurate. Let's see, because because I am using this. I'm trying to use the Zig way as much as I can, but then I also see like, oh my god, this is like an opportunity, like, because there are the thing called iterators in Zig. I mean, it exists in other programming languages as well, but the standard library has a bunch of iterators, which to me is like, well, it's kind of touching on being a little bit functional, because sort of generalizing a type of it. Well, it's more like an interface, I guess. It does have a sort of interface. You could put an iterator. It always has a next function. It always returns a nullable or an optional. So what I did was I implemented a whole like generic iterator, because there's no such thing as interfaces in Zig. But I did that, and that felt way more like functional, but it wasn't, and it did turn out pretty good in the end. Is this your first game? I watched the first stream, was surprised that you're still working on this. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to make it the first game that I'm gonna release, but we'll see what happens, you know. I can't promise anything, but I do want to, you know, finish a project. That's my goal, basically. Iterators are kind of like linked lists, right? Not really. I mean, I guess you could say maybe they're related, but iterators are basically, I guess you could say, you just create a struct that has some inherent state, or I mean, it has some state in it. The simplest thing would be, okay, I can just show you because I have an iterator right here. So here's the slice iterator. So a slice is just an array, or I mean, yeah, it's an array with, it's a pointer to a list of, it's a pointer to an array, but it also has length built in. And the iterator basically just has this pointer, and then it has the current index. And so this is basically just looping through the, you can sort of think about it as an inverse loop almost, because you're calling next on the iterator. You're calling next, which will then advance the iterator to the next index and also return the current item. So what's happening here is we call next. If there are any items left, it's gonna return the next item, and then also advance the iterator. And then when you call it again, you will, get the next item. But until there's no items left, in that case, it checks here if the index is more than or equal to the length of the slice. Then returns null, so then we know that, okay, there are no more items, right? So if you have a list of 10 items, you can call next 10 times, and then that's the list.
And so how you use it is you use a while loop. So you iterate through using while, and you call next, and you see that, okay, if it's null, then we're done. But if it's not null, then we use the item somehow, and then loop again. So that's how you would like iterate using an iterator. But this is like a very simple example then of an iterator. So another example would be, let's say you have in the standard library there's a thing where you can iterate through like a directory. So you can iterate through all the files in a directory recursively. So it's sort of a way to also like it's up to the iterator itself, but the iterator can make it so that you don't have to do all the work at once to get the result. Like, let's say, in contrast to creating an array with all the results immediately, this actually lets you wait until you call next to actually do the work to get the next item out. For example, if you want to sort of loop through all the files in recursively in a directory, it might not read all directories at once. It might wait until, you know, you have to go to the next directory to read the inner directory or whatever. How is it preferable for doing a for loop on the slice? Yeah, just as I said, so this example is, you know, is very trivial. So you wouldn't maybe use this if you just have a list and you just want to loop through it, you know. The way I'm using it is I'm using it in a generic way. So if I want to have a generic way of talking about, well, I'll give you an example here. Let's see, where do we have this? In the dialog system. So somewhere here we have like generic iterator. Right. So here, for example, we have a function called handle starting dialog responses. So yeah, never mind what the function does, but here's a parameter that is an iterator, a generic iterator, that so it can be any type of iterator. So as long as the iterator returns this type here, that's what you're interested in. So now you know that you have a thing that you call next on that returns this type. That's basically what you have here. So you can say shown options dot next, and you will get, well, it doesn't. So now this is an optional here. This is an optional dialog option info, and so this means that the source of how you get this item is hidden in this thing. So instead of passing a list that you have to have sort of populated directly, like the iterator, actually you don't have to have a list populated directly. You can pass any kind of like you could have the source being populated directly, but you can also have an iterator that somehow conjures up these items however it wants to do. So you can, so it's basically like, yeah, it's basically you can just say it could be a slice iterator that just loops over the slice. It could be another more intricate thing that looks at several different slices to build up this data type, for example. So it's just a way of sort of generalizing, I guess, you know, getting multiple items from some sort of source. I'm not sure if I was clear enough there, but it's kind of hard also to explain, I guess, without examples. Let's see. Do we have like? So here's the example of creating this iterator. So I have these things here. So first you can call iterator.from, which takes an allocator to store data if it needs to, and then you pass in the slice or anything that is iteratable. Like from is like a generic function. You can pass in basically anything, but it's only supporting like slices and other iterators right now. But technically we could extend that in the future. But anyway, this will basically create a slice iterator is what it's going to be, because you pass in a slice, so it's going to create a slice iterator here. And then you can map those. So this is where the functional stuff comes in. So you map that iterator, that slice, with this function here. So the one important thing to notice here, and also we also filter out some items here. So you're able to create an iterator, map it, and also filter. And one important thing to notice here is that this doesn't actually do any work except setting up sort of the structure to be able to apply these operations. It doesn't actually do any work over the list. It does O1 amount of work in this part. So we don't actually do anything here except create a bunch of structs. Then we get this, then we have this iterator. And until you call next, nothing's actually happening. So when you call next, then it goes and looks at, okay, here's the first item here. Map will grab the first item, pass it through this function to get the next data type that you want. And then filter will look at that and call this function to determine if it's supposed to be like a result of the iterator or not. Again, I'm not sure if this was super clear. It's kind of, if you never seen this type of program before, it's kind of, you have to sort of look at how all the steps are executed. Well, at least it was for me to know like what's happening here. I'm not sure if you're versed in like functional programming, because this is very much like functional programming like here. Also, it's like it's also lazy, as I said. It's like nothing's happening until you call next. So it's kind of like declaring how you get the items. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's sort of declaring what the iterator is going to do, like how you're going to get them. Yeah, exactly. So it's like declarative and functional way of doing things. I'll read more about it. Yeah. No problem. I like talking about things like this. It's also good for being able to communicate these things and reflecting a little bit on it itself. I really like this pattern. It's like this is very common, in functional programming. So it's not like this is some super weird thing. This is sort of like exactly how program or functional programming looks like. So I really like this actually, this pattern here. And I should probably use it more actually, because I totally forgot that I had it. But there's there's a couple of places that you shouldn't like use it anywhere just to use it. But when it fits really well. All right, so let's see what do we want to do here. So if we don't have any air drag, if we're a flying monster with no air drag, I think we just continue here. So if we do have no air drag, we do continue. So that's fine. Otherwise, we want to do this part over here. Let's actually copy this. Are you Swedish? Yes. How did you tell? Are you Swedish as well? Or Scandinavian or something? Let's see. Right, so we probably want to calculate this up here then. Sure, fine. Alright, and then we have an else here. So we're flying. No. The non-flying people always do this if this is true or not true, I guess. So is no friction. If we don't have friction, we want to continue. Alright, now we can remove this part. I guess this is still true. Let's always grab these things. Okay, so if we're on the ground, if we're flying, we only care about, so we don't care about if we're on the ground or not. If we're not, well, I guess, well, if we're not flying, if we have no friction, we should continue, but that should only be if we're on the ground or not. So if we're no friction and we're not on the ground, no, if we are on the ground, yeah, if we have no friction and we are on the ground, then we continue. Right. And if we're on the ground, if we are on the ground and we are not, well, we are not flying, so we can just move this, and we're static or we have no friction. Okay, yeah. So we just do if we have no friction or if we're static, then we continue. There we go. Okay, there we go. I think that should be good there. Ah, tjena. All right. Let's see. So, how's it going up there? It's we're in a cold spot right now, but it's gonna get hotter in a couple of days. Let's see. Take both. So are you a developer? I mean, I'm guessing since you know a bit. Okay. Well, we have to test a couple of things here now. We have to test like wait a minute. No friction, no air drag. Right, so the things should have, the items should have no air drag instead of no friction. Yeah. Oh, did my controller die? Probably need to charge it a little bit. There we go. Come on. What? That didn't look too good. No air drag. Okay, so let's see. Wait a minute. So if we are not on the ground and we don't have air drag, we should also continue. There we go. There we go. That looks way better. Oh, the draw order operations looked a bit weird there. It's like every time you pick something up, the order changes. That's weird. That is kind of strange. I'm a noob JavaScript bro, but I started Zig. Okay, cool. I'm making TUI MP3 player. I don't know what TUI is. I never learned any programming paradigm, so I'm curious how to make my code clean. I try to copy the style of Zig standard lib. Okay. Yeah, it's not an easy task, I would say. It's like, for me, it's something I've learned. Like, I mean, I'm not saying my code is perfect. My code is very messy. And it's sort of on purpose as well. Like sometimes, like I'm not trying to perfect my code all the time, because that takes time and it distracts you from the actual task, like completing the project. And so I guess it kind of depends on what your intention is. Like if you want to learn how to structure code and stuff, then yeah, you can do that. But if your goal is to create something and you know, improve, or I mean yeah, if your goal is to create and finish a project, then I would actually recommend not to sort of think about the perfect structure and stuff right at the start. Like unless you are already unless you already know what you're gonna do and you have sort of the experience of making the same thing before, then you probably have a good idea on how to structure it from the start. But if it's like a totally new thing, then I would just recommend like just start, and you'll see kind of the hurdles that you're gonna end up with, and fix it as you go. And then you're gonna like, yeah, know better next time, and it's just a matter of experience, I think. But I mean, you're gonna learn like different tools of programming, like different tools to have in your tool belt, like programming tool belt, yeah, over time. Oh, terminal user interface. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that seems cool for a first, or for a like a yeah, like a beginner project.
like anything. Like I also started out when I started out, I was like self-taught in C++ for like a long time ago, and yeah, the tutorials back then was like doing stuff in the terminal, or do it. Let's just text-based adventures and stuff like that. Text-based stuff, which is a nice way of like starting out, because you're focusing on the actual programming sort of concepts. And you're starting out very basic, so because it takes a long time to understand what's happening and understand how to solve problems. A big thing for me was to understand like how do I actually solve this problem. Like I know what I want to do with the program, but I don't understand how to actually reach the point, like how to actually build it. Like what do I do? Where do I start? Those kind of things at the beginning was incredibly frustrating and hard, but then over time you learn more things and you understand how to do more things, and then you kind of slowly build up the capacity to just think about, okay, how do I solve this problem? We have a problem here. I know what I want to do, and how do I solve it? I feel like that was one of the big hurdles, like when you're a new programmer. But it's just you learn more and more, and you understand more and more of what you can do and how you can do it, and also how to break down larger problems into smaller problems and solve each step at a time. That's basically all it is, sort of. Yeah. So I think that if you're very new, I think that should be the first sort of thing to focus on. I think it's like just learning the different concepts and learning how to build things, and not worry too much about clean code and stuff like that. I think it's better to learn the basics and really have that down. And clean code is just it's something that will come for me. I feel like this is something that just comes naturally, and as I said, I'm not saying that my code is perfect in any way. I know that there's a lot of places where I have to where I should refactor into smaller functions and stuff like that, but it's like, yeah, sometimes it's just not worth it to spend the time doing that, in my opinion. To me, yeah, I mean, sometimes it's even better to have like a super large function, because you can see everything that is happening. Like that is also something that is valuable, like seeing the whole picture in front of you instead of having like fragmented code everywhere and you can't really understand what's going on. You have to go in every little thing to see what's actually happening. But anyway, right, so one thing that I noticed here was that the items, when they're spawned, it looks good now. It looks really nice. It's exactly how I imagined it. But then when I start to pick them up, they're kind of shifting around here. And I believe that has to do with the draw order being changed for some reason. For some reason, the draw order is changing. So I'm gonna go into the draw. This is happening in my other project. I have two projects basically for this game. It's like the game engine part, where very generic things are happening, like the physics system and drawing stuff, and then the game specific parts basically. So let's just go over here, and here's the draw function. So here's the draw order thing, and it's going through this view here. So I guess for some reason the ECS maybe changes the order or something. What is happening here? Stable in place sort. So it's stable, it says. What does stable actually mean here? So to me it's like if you call this 2 times on the same thing, it will, if you call it 1 time, it will end up in a result. If you call it again, it shouldn't change the result, right? Like min y comparer. Wait. Oh, wait. This is like the old, super old code. This is actually based on another game. It looks at the Y and thinks that, like, if we're on the same layer, it looks at the Y here. Okay. How do, like, but I don't understand why it would change the order though. Maybe that's not the issue though, but yeah, the Y shouldn't change on the other stuff. Like you pick up one item, that entity is removed. That shouldn't affect the other entity's Y position. So it shouldn't. I mean, it kind of makes it so that this list, everything has the same. So it's when it's sorting. So when it's sorting, what is actually happening in here? Less than function, greater than, right? Assert, it's not later, less than or greater than. Or it's not both. Yeah, so it's basically returning false, I think, for both of them. Min y, let's see, this returns less than, so it should return false because they're both of equal. I think it could be some sort of weird floating error as well. I don't know. Right, so then it returns less than. So basically it's just saying that, okay, if it just returns less, it's just checking if there's something weird going on here, I guess. All right, so oh yeah, that's the basic function. Okay. Otherwise it's using this function. Wait, but this uses this function as well. Oh, if built-in mode is debug. Oh, I see. If we're debug mode, it does this weird sort of check here. I see. Where will you release this game? I don't know actually. It's gonna be way in the future. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take, but
I'm gonna have to figure something out. I mean, probably Steam, you know, that's probably a given. It might depend on how the landscape looks. Like, I don't know, itch, Steam. Like, I haven't figured out any of that stuff yet. I've been starting to look at some videos on YouTube about people like releasing their indie games and stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to also like I'm trying to sort of have focus on finishing the game, but I also like I like showing the progress and, you know, streaming and all that as well. And I do have other, you know, I have a family and I have another job as well, so I don't have a lot of time working on the game, but I'm trying to do as much as I can to finish it. Yeah, probably Steam, you know, but we'll see. I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. Oh, it's ported from some sort of C thing. Wikisort. Okay. Hard-coded insertion sort if items less than 4. Okay. Okay, so it does some weird stuff. Maybe it's like it depends on the length of the items and stuff. So maybe that's the issue. Here you can see a case of iterators being used in the standard library as well. Iterator finished. Yeah. Okay, interesting way of doing it. This is actually different from how they do it otherwise. Like, you would call iterator.next and get the item out. I guess it's next range. Well, it's gonna be the same thing though. Order 0, 1, 2, 3. I see. So maybe this is the reason why it's sort of... Well, what the hell is going on here? Why it's like changing sort of the order based on... Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. Right. Well, how to fix this actually? I mean, I guess this game doesn't really need this to be sorted. This is mostly for the other game where it was a top-down, so it was very important like which order the things get drawn. But this game is like, it can sort of stay the same depending on the so I guess the order is basically based on when the entities was created, but then they also have their own layers. So for example, the player is always in front of the monsters, but it's behind the items. So for this game, we actually don't really need to sort the things. But I wonder if I want to fix it in a different way. Maybe I can like have a setting where, you know, if we do want to sort at all, we can also have like a pointer to a function that we call based on this as well, like sort function. Okay, the annoying thing here to actually try and fix this is because I need to change the other project. So I'm just gonna open up a new terminal here and go to my game engine code. There we go. Let's clear that. We'll go to draw. We'll go to sort. Alright, so I think for now I'm just gonna actually disable the sorting here. Now what would this be? The filter? Oh yeah, we're filtering out the invisible things as well. That's right. That is correct. Alright, so... Right, so we do want to filter, but we don't really need to sort, so I'm just gonna remove that for now. Alright. Okay, so I need to do echo web.exe. There we go. I'm very, very aware of not leaking my password here. So commit removed sorting when drawing. Temp fix for side scroll. There we go. And in this thing, I'm going to fetch. No, not this one. Fetch. Where is it? Here. Alright. So now that is updated. Now we can test it. So let's just run the thing. You don't use SSH with Git. I'm using access tokens or whatever it's called, personal access tokens. Oh man, I want to do the exact same thing. Which thing? Hello, by the way, Bruno B Mellow 25. How's it going? Welcome. Let's see. Okay, so it runs. Good. Let's see how it runs this now. Currently learning Zig with hopes of using it with Raylib and getting proper hot reloading. Ah, yeah. I don't have hot reloading, unfortunately, but that sounds really cool. Yeah, I'm doing good. Have a lot of... Oops. Oh, what's happening here? I have a lot of progress made. Okay, let's just check if this issue is solved here. Oh my god, it's not. Okay, so there's some other issue. Now this is where having multiple projects like this is kind of annoying because I have to go in here and now I have to fix it here, but I wish there was a way to test this without having to push and stuff. I mean, I guess I can temporarily import a thing like locally for now. Yeah. So Bruno, have you, what are you a programmer otherwise or developer? As a min y comparer. Oh, this checks. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't actually think about this. This actually looks for this layer Z, but okay. So that's fine. That's fine. We'll just revert this push here. But okay, so that did actually not solve the issue. Interesting. But there's still the same issue should apply. Like they should have the same order. Maybe it's the layer view that changes the order, but that seems so weird. Like it shouldn't change the order that much. The entities should be stable, right? That seems very strange. I'm a backend developer, currently working with Go. Okay, been on the web area for about 8 years. Always wanted to migrate to the Gamedev. Oh, I see. That's what you mean by doing the same thing, yeah. But currently, it's basically an aspiring hobby. Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to make games. It's like it's always been in the back of my mind, and I always try to start up projects and stuff, and you know. never got anywhere with it because of all different kinds of, you know, issues by like yeah, starting projects is like, is it ambition, too much ambition, or you get stuck somewhere, you try to perfect the code too much, you lose motivation, it takes too long, you get interested in other ideas. Like there's been a lot of different reasons why I haven't actually finished a project, but now I feel like I've found a way. It's like I'm making like YouTube videos and I'm also streaming, so it gives me well, another way of dealing with it. Also, I'm just trying real hard to keep the motivation going. Yeah, same with me. Found made a few tutorials, but never really gotten any far with it. My YouTube channel is the same as Twitch. It's Lumor Sunil. Hang on, I'm getting a call here. BRB. Alright, sorry. I got a call there. Let's see. Oh, subscribe. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Have you played Animal Well? It's in the Metroidvania. Yeah, I haven't played it, but I've seen it. I'm probably gonna play it. I'm trying to not distract myself with too much games though, but since it takes so much time, yeah, it's like that. But I really wanna. Yeah, it looks really cool actually. I saw it when it came out, but I never bought it. But I'm probably, yeah, I am gonna play it at some point, because it as I see it, it has gone very good. What do you say? Very good critique or whatever. Reviews, that's what you say, yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure what to do here really. The order should not change. One thing that I could think about is like each time you add an entity, we also add like a Z position that is in the order in which it got added. It just feels unnecessary because we have a list of entities here already, but I guess that's the order changes maybe. I don't know. Like you could add that, but that's gonna be so much things to grab and I mean, I guess what you could do is you could have this draw layer, because we're getting this anyway. So what we could do is we could add a subset, because set is sort of like which layer is it gonna be, and then if we add like, I don't know, sub z, which is gonna be sort of in which order was it added, to have a stable position for it, so it doesn't get drawn in several different places. So how would we do that. Maybe we'll have like a global variable. Draw layer subset counter. And is 32 enough? I think so. We could have 64 just in case. Alright. I mean, it's gonna overflow. It's gonna be enough. We can have a thing for it though. And each time we create this, the sub C is gonna be draw layer plus equal to 1. I think it's possible. Oh. Let's do plus. Well, let's do this. And this here, yeah. That's fine. It doesn't really matter that we add one, we skip the first one, whatever. Okay. Alright, so now we can... I'm not sure if this is even necessary. I'm not sure what the problem actually is. I haven't done enough testing and debugging here, but we'll just see here. So we'll get both the layers. How to determine here. So layer A is less than layer B. Yes. And then we also check. So how would we do this? Let's say they are equal. So first we check if they are equal. If they are, then we check if the sub C is less than the sub C. Sub Z. Otherwise we check that thing there. Okay. This just feels pretty stupid, but I guess we can try it. Also, if this overloads or overflows, I mean, there is a way to. I'm gonna check this out because Zig has a overflow operators that you can use for addition. So Zig. Let's see. Here is this. So somewhere here we have some sort of operators somewhere. Where is it? Illegal behavior. Integer overflow. Wait, did they change this? I thought this was like built-in operations before. Oh, here we go. Wrapping operations. Built-in overflow functions. These built-ins return a tuple containing whether there was an overflow and the possibly overflowed bits of the operation. Okay. I didn't know this. Add with overflow. Wrap around. So this is what I was thinking about. So we could just use wrap around. It's fine. Wrap around. So basically it's like instead of crashing and burning whenever there's an overflow, it just wraps around instead. So that's what's gonna happen there. So it's like plus percent equals, I think, yeah. Yeah. Does that exist? Yeah, it seems so. Also, yeah, I have this Twitch thing. But I have to start it before it shows the updates. So now it doesn't show anything. All right, so I think we'll just have to hope that this works. Well, this is gonna wrap around, so we don't really need this to be U64, you know. It's just if we have like U32 entities at the same time, that's the only way this is gonna be a problem. And it's not really a problem anyway, because it's just gonna be like two sprites, I guess, changing order. If a sprite is like removed, it's not gonna be a problem. That's the whole point here. I mean, you can even have like U16 there. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's now... Actually, what I want to do first is I want to try and run this. I have an example project here for the game engine. So I'm just gonna see if I can run it. If there's any sort of weird errors from this. No. It looks fine. Yeah. Alright, cool. Now let's push this up here. So the push I did before was basically a mistake. Added sub-C draw layer thing. Alright. Now we'll do a fetch again. There we go. Now we have the new things in here, so I'm gonna compile here first and we'll see what happens. There we go. So let's try this again here. It was a lot harder to do than I first thought. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now the order is what do you call it? It is kept. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna also try something here, which is gonna be really stupid, but I'm gonna try just spawning like really a lot of gems. So let's go to, what is it? Where do we do this? I think in spawn maybe? Well, in device. Let's increase this to like, I don't know, 1,000. And also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say in our devices, in the chest, we can, I'm gonna do this so that we can activate it basically however many times we need, or yeah, we want. So now we can go in here and we can spawn a whole bunch of these things, and I'm just gonna check if there's like some sort of issues here. Oh, well, there is an issue. I'm gonna guess this has something to do with invalidating pointers. So where would that issue be? Maybe in the spawn thing. Spawn. Yeah, spawner. It's probably, I mean, we could check like where the error happened, I guess, as well. Update collisions. What? Out of bounds. Index 10,000. Oh. Wow, okay. Wait, why would we have like collision events? They shouldn't collision. Well, I guess we have like collision events on the ground happening. Well, 10,000 though? There's only 1,000 gems. So it should be at least, at most, like maybe well, yeah, 1,000 collision events. Okay. Well, that is something that we need to fix. I'm not gonna worry about that for now, though. I'm just gonna, you know, ignore it and move on. So I just wanted to see if I could change this a little bit. Let's actually go here and we'll take this back to 30, because we're not gonna be in that situation anyway, where we spawn like 1,000 things. I mean, it seemed to work very well up until the point where okay, when I spam it seems to be how many is it? Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, about 5 things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 it crashes. So 5. It also seems to happen. I think it's the pickup thing that does it. Maybe we'll see. 5 things. 5 times 3. Well, 150 only. That's not a lot. Well, I mean, it's just a matter of increasing that array, or make it into a dynamic array. So it's not really a huge issue, but yeah, okay. Anyway, the draw order is preserved, so very, 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 very good. Let's do this again. Let's go into our save and we'll have all these things be loaded in again. I should probably have some debug thing where it's like, yeah, restore the state or whatever. Don't restore the state instead of doing this every time. Yeah, so enable or disable restoring devices, and then we can go in here and then we can say if debug config we return. What's nice thing about this is that this is a com time thing. So even if we have this if here, this is gonna be like in the release version of the game. It's actually gonna compile this away because when this is like true, when this is true, then basically this function is like empty. When it's false, it's gonna, you know, just remove this if basically. All right. Cool. So we have a little bit of puzzles. We made a lot of things today actually. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to shape up this little map here. This is sort of gonna be like the pre-alpha demo kind of thing. Probably gonna have maybe people play it and get some feedback and stuff. But yeah, this time we made a lot of nice things here. We added this wheel or steering wheel type thing, which you can move basically anything. Well, now it's gonna be this. This is connected to this one, and this is connected to this one. So we made this little puzzle where you have to move this over here, and you have to activate it using the thing that you have, and then the door opens, so you can go in here and kill these guys and get the treasure. All right, so very nice. So we have like a reward to get and a little puzzle here. So that feels very cool. So yeah, I mean that's basically what we did. This little room here. This time, but hey, that's one day's work of of progress, and we got a new bunch of elements in there. And with this steering wheel, we can do a whole bunch of things. Like, well, let's say, as I said before, like you can start to control some sort of mini game or something that's gonna be a bit different from the normal gameplay. So you kind of break out from normal gameplay and do some mini games, sort of like a, you know, I'm taking the inspiration from Zelda here. So that's gonna be pretty cool. What are you using as level editor? So yeah, I actually made this level. I made this editor myself. So it's actually on GitHub, but it's not really, you know, meant to be used by others really. But it's on GitHub for like educational purposes, and I'm not sure if it's even sort of ready to use for anyone else. But I mean, it's not impossible, you know. But I kind of made it so to also, you know, learn Zig and this sort of UI type thing. I'm using like a ImGUI library, it's called, or ImGUI, which is like an immediate graphical user interface library where you, yeah, call a bunch of functions to draw these things here. So it started out very small, and then I just added a bunch of things. I think I started out with only animations, and then I just added a whole bunch of on top of that. So yeah, it's been a journey, and yeah, it's really nice now to work with. Well, really nice. It's like it's very nice to be like a home built thing, only in the spare time and stuff. But it allows me to add whatever features I want, and things that are sort of specific to the game as well. I mean, it is kind of generic because you can create any type of entities, and the entities themselves can have any kind of properties on them. So it is, I am trying to make it generic as well, so that you can use it for other games. But it is sort of catered towards, you know, side scroller, or maybe not side scroll, but any type of tile based 2D game. Yeah, with very basic sort of animation system, and yeah. So but yeah, that's I'm gonna have to go now. So but thanks very much for joining me and chatting and stuff. Hope you have a nice day, and yeah, I'll see you later. Bye bye.